Good morning, one person. Good to see you all out and early. All right. All right, I'm back and the market is open. Sorry for the delay. Coffee kicked in at the worst time. Okay, my little Roomba just yelled at me, so I'm gonna go check to see if it's on fire or what's wrong with it. Maybe it flipped over like a turtle. And oh, Rick's back from Vegas. Oh yeah, nice. Welcome back. Actually, I drank 740 750 milliliters times 3 yesterday. God, I love chocolate milk. Yeah. I'm lactose intolerant, but that doesn't stop me. All right, I'll be right back. I just got to check the robot since it yelled at me and it's new, so I don't know what it's doing. Oh, that's not a plenty smart robot. So I guess it yelled at me saying it couldn't find its way home. It was 2 inches from the dock, staring right at it. Like, what the hell? It knows where the dock is. It aligned itself and then gave up the ghost. Yeah, I got this robot 2 days ago. It's $1,000 robot, and I got it for $350 because someone returned it. And I'm starting to see why. A lot of people return them because they don't have good suction, because they're made to be like a daily robot, like a Roomba. But I don't really care. You know, if it can suck up dust, that works for me. I have it set up now that it runs just before the stream. So if I'm doing stuff, all I hear is I'm like, oh, stream time. It's my alarm clock or my early warning radar. Okay. So where are we today? Okay, so we're completing. Yeah, so I think I was right with my estimation yesterday where we hit the bottom and that was the end of it. So this here, of course, was a little extra, but the idea is still where we are right now, see? So we should, if we can, if we get over this line, then we'll be trending along this till we get to about here. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. You know, the stock wants to do this, right? But then something happened yesterday around 12:30. Yeah, that's exactly where this is, 12:30, and it just bombed us. So I don't know what that was, but it's a personality change, right? This should have leveled. Well, actually, it shouldn't have done that. It should have gone up, but it leveled out, and then it, with the added weight, then it rolled. It should have had higher heights that would fend off the rolling, but whatever. At least we overcompensated. We compensated for it. So this was garbage, and we rapidly removed the garbage. And at the end of the day, we fully completed back to where we were. So it basically nullifies whatever bullshit that was, which means we're back on track for our recovery. Unless there's new bullshit, which is a possibility. Yeah. Jesus, what a steady decline, eh? 30%, I believe, so far. Yeah, so we're looking at a 22% upslide. Upside, sorry. So the best we can hope for is 50. Yeah, we'd have to roll back 16 days in one day. Can't really do that. So we could hope for 50 if all things are good today. If they're not good, it will be one of these lines. Okay, we already got that one. And then the bottoms. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. That one's the same. That one's the same. So this one's a definite bad boy. Let's change its color. This one's going to have strength. Excuse me. And what number is that? That's 46. I remember 46. Well, yeah, start of this month. Yeah, that's why it's also good sometimes to read out numbers to yourself. Because if you keep remembering seeing 46, it's essentially telling you that there was a line there. So when you go back and you're like, yeah, 46, you can remember the history of it in a sea of numbers. 46 doesn't really mean anything, but it's the line that's at 46 is what matters, right? That's good. So let's take a look at the shorter term. Let's get an early lemon out. Lemons definitely work. They turn this shit around. And one day I'm not here to give lemons. Look at how far we went down. I'm stuck here now. Where's my measuring tools? Ah, here we go. So date and price range. I want date. Okay, so this was 21 hours. And this was 21 hours. This was 21 hours. And this cycle, 21 hours. Okay, let's do that. Copy, paste. Do this. So I'm just gauging 20 hours and 50 minutes. Gauging where we can expect the turnaround. Again, I'm not very good with time cycles. I haven't mastered that. But the idea is a U shape is generally, and W's are generally equal bottomed. So you see how this is a V and this is not a V, right? Now it's over a larger time frame. So the larger the time frame, the more distortion. But it's not that big of a time frame. So this is quite a drag out. 30 minute, no, an hour, almost an hour and 30 minutes, hour 10. So you have that drag out. Here you have nothing. Now there's circumstances for this, which we all know. But if it was going to make a proper U, this would have been dragged out longer and it pretty much mimic the other side. So we're starting to go up. And I was talking about that. When you hit the edge of the U, you know it. So like we tried, we're trying, but these are all very similar tries, right? So we're basically hitting the edge, but it's too early. We're hitting the edge, but it's too early. So the U is just getting dragged out to wherever the real U is, air quote, wherever the market can handle it, right? So we wanted to. Green was showing good intensity to break out, but the market in the averages of the sea of people, it was too early, too quick, and thus beaten down. But anyway, so if this is indeed the wall, which is what I'm trying to ascertain, we should have a middle, and then we should be able to piece it together here. So this is 1 day, 1 hour. So half of a day is 24. That's 12 and 1 hour. Oh, it's because it goes overnight. Shit balls. Can't do that. Okay, I can just cheat. Give me a Gantt box. Half time is right here. Okay. So that is the midpoint. If this is indeed the shoulder, does that look up and down? Up and down. It's more weighted to the right. I would argue that would be more accurate. So if that's true, I need to add more time here and elongate this. Let's do, yeah, let's leave it like that. Okay, that's good. Let's say this is the midpoint right here. So if this is the midpoint, this is fine. If the combination of these two are the midpoint, so if here's the middle, I have it set up. But if there's a combination of these equals the middle, right? If we merge these together, get rid of the down and just draw it up, then this needs to shift about this much over, which puts our run-up time a little deeper into the day to 12. Either way, we should see a run-up for the rest of this. We're struggling with the historic tops here. Our volume's 15 million. What time is it? 44? Yeah, we're slow. Okay, so we're slowing down. Yeah, nothing like yesterday. See the size of yesterday? We're like, what, half? A third? Yeah, probably a third because we're now down to here. Okay. Now it's mostly negativity, so that's fine because we gapped up overnight. And so you're seeing a low volume on the negative. So the green is pushing now. Let's get down here. So now if we see the volume kick up, we're golden. This baby's going to fly off Z handles. Yeah. No, even though all the markets took a hit yesterday around 12:30 and just before. I don't know what it was, but yeah, everybody got shot. So, I don't really follow the news and I don't really look into it because it's just so much. If you're doing this for too long, it's just too much, But I know and I'm trained to see when the personality changes. So I don't see the news or hear the news. I just go, hey, something's wrong. And then I know to look. Because if you sit there all day reading garbage news, financial news is just garbage 100% of the time. It's like, oh, stock go up, stock go down, stock scared, stock happy. It's like you're just pumping out automated garbage. Half of it's written by robots. It's so stupid. So you'll burn your brain cells out if you spend, any time with that. But if there's a personality change, then finally there might be real news. And then you can ascertain the severity. But because the market's course corrected pretty quick, I knew it wasn't a big deal. I think Fedco meeting was yesterday, right? And that's probably what set it off. Yeah. I got a bunch of things to have. A bunch of things from the Powell, J. Powell. the money printer in chief. But yeah, there's the Delta variant still spooking the States, and inflationary fears are still medium. It's not crazy nuts, but it's enough to throw a wet blanket. So. JPOW. Yeah. I love if you Google search JPOW, it ends up being religious icons. Mm. All right. Well, while this is running its course, I'm going to blow up some battle mechs. So if I miss a sudden super fast drop, that's why. I'm pew-pewing. I think we need more lemons. Whoops. There we go. Actually, why don't we plant a nice lemon tree? We can. Good time to grow some lemons. Haven't drawn on the stalks for a while. That's the trademark of this channel. Okay. Some happy little birds. Okay. Yeah, this is a picture of outside. Remember outside? I haven't been there in a long time. I'm chained to this desk. Tell me about the rabbits, George. Are they furry? Is the sun shining? Yeah, you know it, Tom. Did that come through the comms? Let's see. Waiting for orders. Yep, it did come through the comms. Okay, I gotta turn the volume down. Okay. Well, oh, it's tunneling to the roots. So we're good until we hit 36, but we shouldn't drop too much further. It's expected a little bit of pullback because we gapped up, which might be a little too much too quick. But we are due to get back to that blue line, so I doubt we're going to go plummeting into oblivion. Damn. All right, I guess we're going to test 36. The line must be drawn here, no further. Yeah, I'm still holding. And as soon as I get paid, I'm going to dollar cost average down. Should be next week. Yeah, I didn't get paid yet. Yeah, it's next week, the 23rd probably. Okay. Well, this lovely forest has turned into a rotted tree with blood leaking out of it. It's a spooky forest. Oh. Okay. Still working the pole. Good. So we found support a little bit above the line, but that's good. You don't want to test the line. It's always good if it... What's this doing here? It's always good. Oh, that's right. That's not... That's... All right. I thought this was the pre-market line. I was like, what is it doing here? Same color. Yeah, you don't want to test the line. So if it goes close to the line, there's a line here, but it's also avoiding this line. So that's good. And yeah, the line's probably off the tops of these right here. Yeah, see how close that is? Yeah. Oh. Perfect. No, don't test that damn line. Get away. Get. What's the volume on that? 25? It's not that bad. Might be able to push back. We really shouldn't go down too far. This should be a slight retraction for the gap up. But it needs to find a support line, right? There's no support here. So as soon as we entered this area, see how big the red got? Because we're just free falling. There's not much. You got a little bit of support here. But once you pass that, there's nothing, right? Because we gapped up. Now there is lines in here, but you know, in the short term, it's hard to support a gap up because of the hole, right? So people like to take profit, close the gap, right? But that should not run for too long because this is an uptrend. And we should be continuing, you know, one or the other, something like this, right? So we essentially continued this line overnight. So we course corrected all of this. So red basically pushed us down with this. If this wasn't there and you just took this, just to show you an example. If I take this and I copy it, right? And then I paste that here, right? It pretty much follows the line, right? So that's essentially, you can think of it as you got pushed out of the lane, but you're still following the same channel. Yeah. Anyways, now if I copied just this piece, it would have been better because this is just the recovery piece, which is why it doesn't look so good. Actually, let me just do that. So this follows the line probably much more accurately, right? Because that's the transition piece right here. But anyways, now we're starting to level out. So these here are the leveling. So you dropped like this, came back up. Now you're doing this, dropped again, came back up, pushed back, leveled. Yeah, so you're getting there. This here is going to help stabilize the bottom. And then you're going to find the bottom probably maybe off that line. Yeah, which would make sense. If all things are good, we should bounce off the line. And then that would help create the U shape. Ooh. There's down in the ticks. Someone dropped 200,000 shares here. So it was a slight red. So most of that was negative to help get through this line in the downwards. Oof. That's a lot of volume. That was at exactly 958. So here. So it's probably as we cross these two lines, it triggered a lot of sell orders. Green's already countering though. Haha, sucker. Somebody fucking lost a bunch of money. Yeah, because volume shows intent, right? But this is good. There was massive volume, or at least on TD. It's not showing up here. Massive volume, little motion. And now green is kicking it with less volume. So that kind of makes me think it might be a glitch. But that's good. Because, yeah, that's like 200 seconds worth of paper hands. Or 20 seconds at least of paper hands out the door. Since we're trading around 10,000. And that's 200,000. So, yeah, at least 20 seconds worth of paper hands. So that should give green a good push for at least a minute or so, if not longer. All right. Not bad. Volume still low overall. So we bounced off the line. Excellent. And predictably, volume starting to pick up a little. You can see how it kind of was flat there after that big drop. So the drop made the volume go up for a little bit as normal, and then it went silent, and now the volume's gone to, let's say, medium levels. So this shows good intent to help push up. So now we got to pay attention to 10:20 and 10:30, but that gives us still about 20 minutes to get as much height as possible. We want to get as far away from this line as possible so that when we get the dip, we don't have a technical breakdown. That's the game plan. Not that we can do anything about it, but, you know, That's what we need to see. If not, if it touches this line and then market factors drag it down, then we get pulled under and it just breaks down on market factors. So they're pooping, but they all gapped up as well. So that's good. How's space doing? Gapped up, but it's still a flaming turd. Damn. Jimmy also gapped up. I guess that wet blanket lifted overnight, whatever the hell it was. But that's exactly what I was talking about yesterday. It's like a heavy waterlogged blanket. Once it lifts, you just pop up. Once it's applied, you pop down. Whatever it is, you may never find out. But those damn wet blankets, they're a pain in the ass. But if your stock's doing okay and it's away from all of its breakdown technicals, usually you can buffer it. But if it hits you at the wrong time, it's like, we just need 2 inches to go up. Nope, and fucked. And the day's gone. You're ruined. And then you'll have a massive course correction, a day later or whenever it gets lifted. But in that short period of time, it sucks because you can't do anything about it. And I don't know what the opposite of a wet blanket would be. When the stock goes crazy and there's no way it can go down. That doesn't really happen much. I mean, you go into a bull run, but the bull run's usually fueled by far different stuff. I guess what would you get? Yeah, I guess it's a bull run. When you have an earnings and the earnings is good, that would be a similar. It's a extra light blanket, Get a pair of angel wings. Yeah, I guess that's the opposite. Is a pair of wings, a Red Bull. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, a moist towelette. Yeah. A comforting blanket versus a waterlogged one. Okay, so we're still subterranean here. Man, I love it, Marshall. I've always said to my parents and all the people that, come with me along in my life journeys, I am a polarizing figure. I don't do middle ground. You either love me or you hate me. And it's like, I don't try to get people to hate me, but, I don't also try to get them to love me. I'm not a fake person at all, ever. Unless it's like life and death, hostage, or something like that, where you have to be overly polite because the other person's unstable kind of deal. Mental health issues, suicide, jumpers, whatever. When you're in those scenarios, you don't just be like, yeah, whatever, buddy. Not a good idea. Don't antagonize a dude. So anyways, but yeah, look at that. But then see, that works for me because I come in like a wrecking ball and I make a mark instantly, for better, for worse, I am known. It's good, but it's just how I roll. It takes too much work to be fake. So just go in, be yourself, and let the dice roll. Doesn't change things one bit for me. I guess it does change things. I don't get emails asking me to sell out and promote fake stocks and, be a giant shill. Those would be nice. Here's $3,000 if you could just mention Denny's. Denny's a wonderful place to go at 2 a.m. when you're hungry. Denny's. It's what's for eating. $3,000 in my pocket. Yeah. Like, if you can give me $200 every time I say Denny's, I'm pretty sure I can work Denny's into every sentence I say. I mean, Denny's. It's just Denny's. Yeah. Good. We're now sprouting a little tree sprout. It might be Zach. Like, who else cares enough to do that? Yeah, actually, that might be Zach. That would make a lot of sense. Let me close this down when I don't need that. Whoa. All right. Just going to grab my meds. And I think we'll be okay by the time I come back. All right. Well, I'm back. I can't get the chart to show up because the price keeps moving so damn quick. Pain in the ass. Refresh. Yeah, it won't latch onto the damn window. Okay. Give me a second. I'll get the rest of it set up while that farts around. So, yeah, I was walking out to get the meds, and I pulled the extension cord right from the wall. Perfect timing. I'm like, yeah, everything should be fine. And I ripped the cable right out of the wall. Fuck. Yeah, I moved my setup from one room to the other, so I'm still getting used to all the cables that are all over the place. Eventually, I'll stop stepping on them. All right. Sorry for that. Okay. And that's my position right there across the middle of the screen. Not that it matters at this point. There we go. Frig yeah. Okay, small data. Where's the quote? Quote detail. Bingo. We're back. Ugh, that was a pain in the poopers. Okay, I'm getting speedy at setting up the windows. So we're coming back to test. Jeez. The second I disconnect my computer, it all goes to hell. I tell you, I'm a one-man machine running this internet. Or sorry, the stock market. I'm the man behind the curtains. If I'm not here, it just all goes to hell. I mean, fuck. My poor foot. It hurt. What do I need? I need the chat now. Where is that? Here we go. Yeah, the stream died. I ripped the cable right out of the wall. No, that was me. All I hear is thump, and I'm like, what's that? Then I'm like, ow, my foot hurts. And then I'm like, wait, my computer, I don't hear the humming. Ah, shit. And I just see the end of the cable on the floor. And I'm like, I got to restart it all. And I was also in the middle of a single player match, and I lost all that. Sad pandas. Okay. Yeah, the stream went right down to 0, I guess, because I disconnected. So we were at 2025, and we bottomed out. Well, they'll come back. Got a good, solid core of 20 to 30 people, give or take when they show up. And crack a cold one. No. Yesterday it wasn't power outages. It was my friggin' dad pulling the internet cable. He's like, I don't like it on the floor. So he keeps yanking it out of the friggin' router because it doesn't have any of those clasps anymore because they snapped a long time ago. That cable I had since 2006. It was a Cat 5e cable from like 2006, 2008, somewhere in there. And it's been stomped on and destroyed by my sister and her roommates when they were here for the last 2 years. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to get a new cable, blah, blah, blah. But then my dad comes up and he's like, oh, there's cable. I'm like, it's been here for like 8 years. Holy crap. I've had it since college, just, you know. But anyways, so he started fidangling with it because he's getting antsy. He's an old man. Can't sit still. And kept disconnecting it. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. By 2 o'clock, I got tired of restarting the stream. Yeah. Look at that, eh? I come back and the friggin' stock takes off. I tell you. Not saying I'm a god, but might be a god. Just kidding. Delusions of grandeur. Someone's clearly throwing bowling balls above me. Okay. That's all good. Man, who goes through? So I'm reading the thing on Discord. Who goes through my subscriber list and then goes onto Reddit to try to find all the people just to tell them how bad I am? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I get that a lot. When I was running my Battlefield 1942 community, I had a guy contact my school, the college, and tell everyone in my class how horrible of a person I am. And it's like, what the frig, you know? But I guess the new term for that is doxing. But back in the day, that was like 2008 with Battlefield 2, actually. In that case, college was Battlefield 2. It's just like, everyone the next day is like, who is this person? I'm like, I don't even know who this is. And they're like, oh, he's saying all this shit about you. And it's like, yeah, well, a third of that is right, but it's personal opinion. Like, doesn't like me. Okay. But, who reaches out to your entire member base to try to tell everyone how shitty you are? It's kind of like justifying your position. You want validation. Anyways, super weird, but not the first time this has happened to me. It's just small people getting upset because they see me rolling and they hating. Trying to catch me being my whiteness and sometimes nerdy. Although I try to avoid nerdy because it's a culture that meh. But I get don't mind the screen being a little mangled. I'm just trying to find the game. Here it is. Yeah, nerdiness is kind of, I don't like romanticizing things, like over loving things. So I avoid kind of nerd culture because it tends to get kind of obsessive and like clingy kind of deal, to lack of a better word. It's romanticizing, right? But when it comes to warfare or weapons and all that, I'm not really romanticizing it, but I thoroughly enjoy it, right? But anyways, that's where I try to draw the line, But man, I could talk for days on human psych. I got my loves. Or weapons. Or warfare tactics. Anything. These are great life skills I have. and they're super useful in zero employment. At least I got good at the stocks. That's good. I really should have done stocks a lot earlier, though. My parents are so fearful of them, but it's like, holy crap! If I would have done this since I was in high school, fuck, I'd be rich, unbelievably rich. And two, I would be a hell of a lot better than I am now. I would have an extra 10 years of experience plus, right? And then I could have gone to college just to get better at the stock market, not even to get a job, just beef up my finance skills. It's like, oh, that would have been a way better class and career choice for my D&D life character. But no, I picked the midget orc with the healing spells. Yeah, that's it's gonna work out good. Oh, oh, and his math skills, his education level is poo, poo, poo. uh, good times. Do, 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 do. Oh man. I set up third monitor, and whatever reason, this third monitor is like screwing my desktops. And I just had a window, and the friggin' window just now went into the ether. It's not on any of the monitors, which means it's generally shrunk itself down into a corner, which I can't see or grab. Oy. What a pain in the ass. Used to be flawless. Now Windows is all knackered. Well, I shouldn't say flawless, but it worked a lot better. I don't know what's going on with Windows lately. Yeah, 1030's coming up. The 1020 wasn't too bad. They kind of preempt it at the 1010 there, but the actual 1020 was very mute, which is great. A moody teenager. Just remember, if you're going to play in the pool, take the comfort toaster. Comfort toaster is always great when having a poolside party. It's all good, Marshall. I wish you a glorious death as well. And appreciate it. Oh, damn, foot still hurts from ripping that cable out. Ah, fuck. All right. Well, let's see if I can get this game up somehow. See where this window goes. And it's stuck in the ether. What happens if I shut off a monitor? Let's see if it brings it out of the ether. Nope. Okay. Now it's the hunt for the red window Talktober. Where are you? Okay. Unplugged all the monitors. Now you have nowhere to hide. Oh, never ride barefoot. Oh, man. Well, there's a lesson learned. Yeah, not really the sand that you got to worry about, but the water. Yeah. That water is full of pathogens. And the dirt. Sand's pretty good. Not much lives in it. Hmm. Yeah, I could see that, but I wouldn't be riding my electric skateboard if I had one without shoes. It's like a skateboard, you fall off a skateboard all the time. Even the best of them fall off all the time. And if you got nothing between you and the ground, you're going to break with your foot. Oh my lord. Yeah. Like at least put a tiny bit of cotton, like wear socks. Something between you and the ground. Yeah. Ah, that's gotta hurt. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay, then in that case, I probably would have done the same. I didn't know you could break it, but that's right. Yeah. I thought it was like a normal skateboard where it's like, but that makes sense. I figured you could just let off the gas, but yeah, that would make more sense. Because man, that shit sucks. Like rollerblades without wrist guards, like you can get away without knee pads. You can technically get away without wrist guards, but man, wrist guards are the greatest. So when you fall, you can actually brace yourself, right? Oh man, epidermis is the best. Yep. Oh yeah, people motorcycling without a shirt. Oh my god. You want to see spaghetti? This is how you get spaghetti. Jeez. Broke his arm 4 times. He's gonna regret that when he gets older though. All right, we're busting 37.37. Let's do it. We got a power shape. Now we just need a gasoline match fight accident. With slippers? You don't need a helmet to go out with slippers, Shane. I mean, the Institute cleared you of all, uh, what's a polite way to say it? Issues. You don't have to wear your helmet anymore. On a motorcycle. Yeah. Well, I have no friggin' idea where this window is. Windows is telling me it is underneath the bottom of my screen somehow. Yeah. That's very helpful, Windows. Crap. So readjusting my windows did not bring the friggin' thing out. Ah, well, so much for playing that game. It's lost to the ethers. Damn it. Yeah, well, what I get for using eight-year-old monitor. Oh, we went off the top of the screen while I was fighting with my resolution. Excellent. We broke it, and we're doing good. Let's get another tree here since we've sprouted. All right. This tree was just the parent tree. Give him a mustache. This is old man tree. And then this is young punk tree with the 4-time broken arm branch. I'll give you a stimulus, Marshall. Wink. No, that's not stimulus. But if that's what you like, I mean, I'm easy. I can go with whatever. No kink shame. Pie to the face, classic. What is your choice of execution? Pie at dawn. Raspberry. There's only one person that would dare jam us with raspberry. Lone Star. Now it's the radar got jammed, and literally jam comes out of the radar. Apricot. Yeah, we're looking pretty good. So even if 1050 comes at us, that 3737 should hold us. So we blew through that line, and now that line's going to support us on the way down. So we should not see a full retraction because we have a support line. Oh, what was it? I only have one order. Hold. A little burst of red there. Nothing too horrific. I wonder if I can take this and put it on this screen, full screen. It doesn't fit right. Okay, let me adjust. Oh, maybe I can F11 it. Ah, that's even better. Sweet. Okay. Transform, edit transform. The line must be drawn here. We will go no further. Bottom. Okay. Sweet. Okay. This is going to throw everything out of alignment, isn't it? It is. No, there we go. Just fixing the window. Now that it's not running in a quarter of my screen, I just moved it to the third monitor and I full screened it. So it's going to get a little bit smaller, but so much better for me because it frees up my monitor. Okay, but we have a giant hole now. Oh man, I can see so much more now. Yeah, what a mess. Guess I can't really do much more. There we go. Guess what I could do? I could do this back to where it was. Copy, paste. Okay. Left, 800. And keep going. 500. 900. 1,300. Almost there. Do 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 do. EOZ was Zeus. Holy, flooring at Batman. Look at her go. Oh, this is so much better having it. I now have it full screen on one monitor. Oh, so much better. I got so much more room for activities. Because my previous screen was like this big. Now I have all of this real estate. So now when I draw, it's not going to be like trying to draw tiny shapes. That's good. Perfect. Quality of this channel is going to go right up. Okay, clothes. And okay. Okay. 37, 16 is that's about the middle. Okay. And then we're going to, this will be like our flight timeter. And put this behind main chart number 2. Drag this behind all the images. There we go. There you go. It gives you an altimeter. I'll have to just remember to try to keep it stable up. Okay. That was it. That was a tree. Yeah, the bottom was 32, 33, 33, and 33, 25. Yeah. Oh, this is so much better. So much room for activities. Oh, I made a spelling error. There we go. Subject to terms and conditions and a Lambo tax. Perfect. The diamond, the lemon, and the banana. Perseverance, sweet and sour, and a tasty reward. Pretty much summarizes the stock market. Mm-hmm. If I can make that any bigger. No. Perfect. Close enough. Mm-hmm. Okay, so all things good. Your question above. Yeah, that's what candles do. So, oh my lord, wrong screen. um, by looking at the strength of a candle, right? It tells you the likelihood of what's going to happen next. Because all a candle is ultimately, it tells you where it started, where it ends, how high it went, and how low it went. It's maximums. But essentially, when you have over time, you're doing time, which is this way, versus price, which is this way. So it's time over price dictates the size of your candle. So if your candle's really big, that's a lot of price, not a lot of time. If your candle is wide, so let's say, you merge these all together, you got a big fat red, right? Then you have more time element to do the same thing that was done in one, right? So that shows that red took 3 times the time that green did. And you know from experience and all that sort of stuff that this green was probably too much too quick, right? And then you can use shapes and angles and stuff because angles are just a measurement of price and time, right? A lot of price, not a lot of time. That's a 90-degree angle. A lot of time, no price. That's a 0-degree angle, right? So that's how you can draw your conclusions from shapes because the shapes are just telling you what's going down on Sesame Street. But with all of that said, that's all you can get from it because it's the stock market again is going to do whatever the hell it wants to do, and it's a sum of everyone, right? And so it is. I wouldn't say inherently random. Humans are not random. We're predictable creatures, but the problem is there's so much stimulus that it's impossible to predict. There's too much going on, right? But if we could control all the stimulus, like if we were a rich person and we, tweeted out at 10 o'clock after we bought a bunch of stuff, or we're Nancy Pelosi and we know policies coming down the pipe, then you know the stimulus because you're the one doing it, or you know it's coming. Then you can predict their reactions, right? Um, and that's the only way you can get ahead of the stock market is in that case. Anyways, but your thing was about can you use candles to predict the future? Well, yeah, up until the point where you can't really predict the future, right? Which is what I just tried to qualify right there. Yeah. Yeah. The no tea leaves. Yeah, exactly. I mean, pennants and certain shapes have a high likelihood to go one way because they've been setting up for hours or days, right? You can't predict that they will get there, but once they get there, then you can generally predict the ass end. So it's like I can't predict if you're going to shoot me, but once the bullet's in flight and 2 inches from your head, I can pretty much guarantee it's going to connect, right? There's a micromillimeter that you trip, fall, the gust of wind, right? But it's already in flight. It's already 2 inches from you. So you can play those kind of sure things. But, if we get into a gunfight, to keep with a metaphor, I don't know how it's going to play out until we start shooting. And then I can go, oh, I'm way better than you, or you're way better than me. And then the likelihood shifts one way or the other. Or you can just wait until, it's over and, you miss out on a lot of profit or a lot of gambling, but it's over and it's committed. And, I already got 6 rounds in me. Maybe I'll pull out of no, I'm going to probably die. So then at that point, it's almost a sure bet. You could even wait until the execution bullet is in flight, keeping with the metaphor. And that is about as good as a bet you can get, right? But of course, the more risk you take, the higher your profit, right? If you completely bet it on me or you right at the beginning, you get maximum profit. If you wait to the very end, you get little but less risk, right? But that's the nature of the game, right? So you can play it whichever way you want. The key is to be consistent. If you can't handle risk, then don't do risky things because you'll do risky things and you'll get burned. And then you'll be like, me, stock market sucks. You don't have experience in it, Take it easy and it'll all come to you. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, good conversation, good points. Let's see if I can get this third monitor working so I can get my desktop back. So the third monitor is a 32-inch television, and I didn't hook up the cables, and I turned the TV around, and then it puts the cable hookup and the start button like 32 inches farther than I can reach. Ah, should have. Gotta do things step by step. Turn on. Ugh. Good. Maybe I'll do some cleaning while I watch this. Now that the screen's uber big. Yeah, actually, I could. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Okay, let me just set up the chat so I can see you across the room. Oh, what happened to the bottom? The third monitor, that's what did it. Yeah, I got a real problem with resolutions. Just mangling everything. So I don't know what's going on. like that window you just saw kind of go funny. It My main monitor is 4K, but it's scaled up, and so it lost its scaling, and as a result, that window went to 4K mode, and as a result, the text is microscopic, right? Yeah, I don't know. Something to do with the scaling. But anyways, all right, let's get this up on the side screen. Perfect. Oh, that's great. Now I got a live feed. I can see my microphone levels. Perfect. Ah, good. This is so much better than doing it all on a 4K. Oh, where are we in the grand scheme of things? We're at 3702, eh? Well, 3695 to be accurate. 1058. Yeah, I use my streams clock as my daily clock. Useful, having a clock up on the screen. 1056. So that's, I think the volume's increased. Let me just quickly check. Yeah, so opening volume you see is pretty decent. Well, I mean, it's low, but it's decent comparatively. Then we got a little burst just after 10, and now we're starting to go medium. Well, now we're back to kind of low, but we were going medium strong there. But between 950 and 1020 was pitiful. But it looks like we're on an okay clip here. So yeah, if we just pick up and we level out the volume to somewhere around there. Yeah, because we want to beat yesterday's volume. But we're not going to have like that morning is explosive. Like it's huge. So when you're looking at the volume, especially this style of volume, you want to look at how much area is open at the bottom. So you can see between the 15 and the 11 on the left of that, there's a large open area. There, that's easier for you to see. So you see how much area is available, and that represents a large body of volume. So the spikes are useful to let you know the extremes, but overall, if you're just going to take a snapshot of it, you want to see the body. So in that body, it's about, let's say, 5 or 6 times the size of the body that we're at now, and maybe about 3 times the body between the 16 at the bottom there and 1010, right? And that reflects with the fact we're not at 100,000 or 100 million. So, yeah. Actually, I think I might switch the volume over to an area chart for a bit, since we've been pretty stagnant. Okay, so then the gray cloud you see there is the average. Generally, it's usually a line. You don't need the body there. But I'm going to leave it as a body so that it gives a sense of a moving average of weight. So more accurate would be a line, but you can see it as a 15-second 15-minute delayed average of weight. And so as that expands the cloud, then we're expanding our weight, our velocity overall. And so that will help for those that aren't really good at self-averaging. That will help you get a general sense of where we're going, where we were, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and actually you can take a look now and it's much easier to see the volume differences, right? So you see like yesterday at the 15, how big it is compared to everyone else. So that signals the change around, which is what we're seeing now. But we need some follow-up volume to get us out of this frump. I think we're going to get it. It's 11 o'clock, so now should be the time we start flooring it till around 12. Yeah, let's see. Just got a bunch of support and resistance lines around here that we got to get through. But I think overall we're getting there. I think we're good. Okay, so while this is running its course, I'm going to clean up behind me and get my electronics all set up. But I will keep an eye on this, much like you guys are doing. And such is the nature of this stream. It's wait and see with a little bit of learning. Just ignore the background thuds and whatever that may come. Unless there's a loud thud and cries for help. Then I've tripped over the internet. Or sorry, the power cable again. Just caught up on the chat. Yeah, I wouldn't take a loss. Just ride it out. And Cedra, this is just straight up moving average and straight up volume. It's not an indicator. It's just volume. Yeah, almonds. That's cyanide, I believe. Your breath smells like almonds. Oh, backstop. Well, if you ever have questions, backstop, just ask. I don't mind. It helps fill the time, right? That's why I started this stream, partly because I felt bad a bunch of people are going to make horrible AMC trades, and two, um, I got to fill the time. Like I'm staring at the same chart you're looking at for the entire day, and now that my money's stuck, usually these days I just kind of bugger off and do something else. Now I have a stream, but when I'm trading actively, I can't leave, so I don't mind filling the time. So no, I'm saying you're saying you're intellectually challenged. I'm saying if you ever have a question, just ask it. I don't mind fixing that. Oh yeah, options. Yep. Okay, sorry. That's outside of my realm of expertise. I leave that one to Cedra. Not that I don't understand it, but he gives better advice because he has the experience, right? Yeah, it looks like so we formed up a bottom about 5 minutes ago. So it looks like now we're just testing the shoulder on the left here at 1053, I guess. That big red. And then once we get over it, should be good to go. Yeah. So again, we're in it. We're looking to make sure we don't see enough red to kill this vibe. And we can represent that by that line right there. So as long as the reds remain 50% or less, we'll be okay. So like that one was an 80. Now it's getting pushed to, I think, about a 30 of the previous green. So that's good. 32 seconds left on that one, which you can see on the zoom in countdown timer on the zoom in. So if it can hold for the remainder of the 18 seconds, the next one should be green. Ten seconds. Ah, balls. That's over 50. So the next one's hit or miss. We're under the line. Okay, green's bringing us back. Now we're at the 50% line. We're over it. One more push and then we're jumping. Come on. Give us the push. Why you do this to me? It's toying with our heartstrings. It was like, no, psych. Oh, look, I'm going to do it. And watch there be a big red. Just bring it right back. That's why we have trust issues. Okay, how many seconds are left on that one? 10. That should hold. So now we boosted up. So now we have a lot of playroom for red. So if red wants to give us negativity, all's good. So I think you probably got banned, Marshall, because that person probably reported you to the whoever's. No, the guy that sent you that love letter about me. They probably just banned you for association. Yeah, petty people. Anyways, just go to the moderators and be like, "Oh, why was I banned?" And they'll be like, "Oh, some guy named Gorilla Toes said that you're a total douchebag." And then you're like, "Oh, but well, look at this screen capture." And then you'll get unbanned. There you go. Hopefully you meant to pluralize that. If not, I'm sorry for your loss. Your English ball, singular. 4%, eh? Yeah, so now we're testing a slowdown here. So the green there, the green little candle green, that's showing you that it ran out of steam. But because it went up so high, it's kind of expected because, like I keep saying, you get profit taking, right? If you go up too fast, too quick, they're going to pull back with the red to, eat some of that profit. Now, this is on the micro scale, right? So it's expected we saw a little bit of red, which means our green would be muted or no green, following a large green. Now, the next red's a little too big, and you see the green now is compensating for it. And then, so now, now we're back on track. So that red was too big. We had a green that compensated it. So now everything's back to normal. We just had a little hiccup there because instead of having red, we fought off the red, and then the red just dumped on us because we kind of just held back the water, but we couldn't. If we would have let it go, then that red would have fit inside the other green, wouldn't have gone past 50%, and off we go, right? So that's the takeaway. So now you're seeing red is pounding us. So we were back on track, but now red's hitting us. So now that's your second warning that something is up because you should have been continuing green and you're not. And now we're going into a pennant shape. If this red doesn't get pushed back, then we've started a negative channel. If this red gets pushed back, then green is still possibly in control, and it's anyone's game if it's going to keep going up. And let me draw some lines here. So basically, those are representing the breakout point. So red's just giving us a little bit extra doo-doo. But green, look at how much green has to move. They're doing great. And it's always harder to go up than it is to go down. So if red makes a large one and green erases it, it's far more impressive for green. So this is about to take off. Yeah, there's the red's just leaning on them. Is this 37.37? No, it's 51. Okay. So we're just batting with the shoulder here. Shouldn't be giving us this much trouble. Okay, and then we should get a breakout right here. Come on. 1 millimeter. 1 millimeter. Come on. It's right on the line now because of that green. There we go. Now it should break out. Do it. Do it. Come on. This is the slowest breakout I've ever seen. Go. Run. On delay. Oh. You slow piece of crap. The volume on that. Low volume. I mean, it was a little bit better than that should have gone. Red must have just got in right at the beginning of it. That should have broke out. The volume's low, but it's consistent and it's mostly green. Okay, so that's, you can see at the bottom, that was a heavy red drop. So that's going to be compensated for because that was too much too quick, but for red. So that's going to get erased. Now that's also expected because we're on the line. When you're on the line, if you don't go up, you're going to get away from the line. But like we're seeing right now, once red knocks you down, then it's green's turn to push up, and green's doing a good job pushing up. Now we've broken out of the pennant again, so now we should have a breakout, but we have a support resistance line where that green is, that thin green is from 5 minutes ago, and that's what's holding us back. But it shouldn't be holding us back because it's not that important. But I'm guessing because red's leaning on us, the combination of all of that is what's stunting our roll here. But yeah, green is definitely coming out with the 2x4s. Good buy-ins. Come on. Give us the breakout. So if this stays red, I'll have to adjust the pennant because red has managed to drag us out. Every time you exceed the pennant, give it about a minute or so. If it doesn't pull back in or take off, then adjust the pennant, and off we go. There we go. Fucking finally. So yeah, this is what should have happened 2 minutes ago. But it's just, yeah, red is definitely throwing grenades, but green is coming back with the 2x4. A little bit of a slugfest. But at least it's interesting. All right, so we can set the trend line up a little further. Okay. That should give us the top and the bottom of the channel. And then that gives us a red trend line, which we should be hugging. I think we should be touching the top of that red line, but we shouldn't be going over it if I have my channel right. Yeah, if we're really good, we'll go over the red line and get back into the green, red to green. But right now, I expect us to be, green to red. Now we're red to green at the bottom. We're riding the bottom part of that red-green. Yeah, so we should bounce between this here and the red line if all things stay good. Yeah, and then just, you can see on the ticks at the bottom there was a bit of a push from red. See how green reacts. Red is just laying into us. Green is leveled. Nope, red's still throwing rocks. Green's pushing. Yeah, we're at 5,000, it looks like. Tick, which is about a second. in this case. And then they're throwing 15,000, 20,000 little grenades at us. Where's our 2x4? Come on. We can throw big numbers too. Well, they're just letting red lean into us. Very little resistance. Okay, well, I'll let this run its course. Green will wake up soon and start throwing rocks back at them. Right now, we're pushing back with constant low volume, which is probably all the child support checks or the child tax credit checks, because everyone got paid, let's say, $500. So all the buy-ins are going to be, you know, tiny, right? But they're constant. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go back to organizing. Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, this is great for a Friday. Partly because yesterday was so good. That's what I was saying yesterday, is that it sets us up for today to be good, right? And yeah, and that was, our ass got saved on what, Tuesday? Tuesday. No. When did we level out? I think it was Tuesday. We got saved from damnation on Tuesday. And then Wednesday we bottomed out a little, right? Or was my parents here yesterday? Oh, fuck. I can't remember. But anyways, we leveled out and our ass was saved after the level out. Yeah, that was yesterday. Okay, so yeah, yesterday saved our ass. And because we recovered, yeah, it was yesterday. We're doing a lot better now. So I was expecting like a turnaround in the morning, but because we gapped up with the rest of the market, that sealed it. So, and I guess there's still residual money from the child stuff. What's the volume here? Yeah, I'm feeling 40 as well. Earlier in the stream, I kind of went over the support and resistance lines. And yeah, if we can get to 40, that's probably going to be where we end up, just because it's going to be quite the line to cross. 36 was also a pretty heavy line, but we got through that. And then after 40, it's 52 and stuff. And to hell, we're going to 52 today, right? So unless some poor chumps got my margin called or something. Yeah. All right. This is, yeah, wiggin' and waggin'. We'll get there. Here, I'm gonna post to Discord what I'm currently cleaning. I'm gonna get my layer back up. Good idea storage. It's where you go if you have good ideas. Yeah, we could probably delete that. I was planning on flushing out more stuff, but I ran out of good ideas. It's like, don't need a channel for one idea. But I wanted a place where I could collect people's good ideas. Yeah. All right, post to Discord. That's what I'm clearing out at the moment. The top of that. I was like, oh, my room's relatively clean. And then I realized I haven't cleaned the top of the layer in probably 2.5 years. And there was like, for Americans, probably a 1/4 inch of pure dust down to a 1/16. It was, or for other people, about 1 millimeter to 2.5 millimeters of pure dust. And I'm like, whoa, that baby needs a cleaning. Stacy's poolside. I told her to take a toaster. I don't know how things are going. If you're gonna go to a pool, you better bring a comfort toaster. Broke the line again. So every time it breaks those bottom lines, give it about a minute. But seeing how we had a minute and we went green and then we faltered, looks like we're going to level out and we'll have to do a W or a U shape to get out of here. Steamroll is over. And then we'll probably go dead from now till, I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, get a last minute push. And life is good. Yeah. Because it's very hard to break new highs at 12 and later. So we got to do all our pushing now. Oh, shit. She's getting back in the channel. Getting back on that horse. So now you have the power N shape. But it has to get over that red, which it just did. So now it's going to boost for being over that red. These lines are, again, arbitrary. You don't get a boost going back into the channel. Is that true? Yeah, no, you don't. If anything, you get speed bumped on the way in. But since it went over that red to its left, should get a boost here, which might be able to fling us to the top part of the channel. Damn, that was good. Look at the volume. Getting slapped because it's kind of too much too quick. It got rubber banded, but they're flooring it. Whew. That was good. So we completed the W. So there's a good example of the W, right? The 50% mark was basically where the red was. So we had a support line that kind of held us back at the 50%, as well as the W shape. It also is affected by the 50%. So essentially, that's a guaranteed slowdown point, which we did. But once we broke through it, see how fast we rocketed up to the 100%. We went from 50 to 100 in like a millisecond. Pretty friggin' good. That's a good example of how it completes. So if it was going to fail, it would have failed where those three reds are, which is the corner. We don't know where the corner is until it starts going up. And then even then, we don't know unless it, holds. But this was very small. So we went from corner to 50 instantly. We got pushed down from 50, went over 50, and then committed to 100%. And actually, we went over 100. And then we got pulled back to pretty close to 100. Yeah. Yeah, because if you see the bottom left of the W, it goes down a bit more than the bottom right, but the bottom right, the top is about the same lift as the drop on that W. So it's still symmetrical, it's just been rotated. Yeah. Interesting how that shit works out. No, it's because it's been rotated. Here, I'll draw a line. There, like that. Holy Christ. They are just throwing nuclear weapons now. That was 80, 280s. No, 180 and 150. So 160, 200 and something. Damn. That's what I was saying about 10 minutes ago. When red started to take over, green was just letting them. Now they're coming back with the 2x4. Jeez. Man, I want to get some cleaning done, but this is fun to watch. Actually, there's the red line. So I had the red line originally showing where the shoulder was. Now I drag the red line up to meet the green. And you can see it's exactly the same angle as the bottom. And see, they touch and they touch. It's friggin' witchcraft. But the reason behind that is that the red line is the intent, air quote, of the stock right now. So on the big macro scale, we're drifting up on that speed, if you will. But we'll wiggle more or less, which makes us go up or down. But the overall average is that. And you can also see that if you zoom out or you use a different time frame or you use a moving average, you'll see that as well. But that's what that's showing you. That's where we want to go. So the more we delay, the more explosive we'll try to correct. And if we go up too high, then we're delaying red, and red will correct us as well, right? Anyways, good. Another day, we can talk about different technicals. Nice volume. Really weird time for volume, but I guess completing that shape. Yeah. Usually there is an increase in volume. That's a lot of volume, though. But I'm guessing it's a combination of completing the shape and FOMO right there. People weren't really buying. You can see the volume dipped between 11:15 and 11:30. People just kind of gave up and let red go. So they're waiting for a buy-in point. And I guess as the shape went to complete, they just said, all right. And then that's what you're seeing at 11:35. Yeah. Yeah, holy crap. Someone dropped another big bomb. That 40, 50, 60,000. The 60,000 for green. Oh, it's half and half. It was net neutral. So 30,000 for red and green. Still, not bad. Oh, it's picking up. They're getting angry. Now the question is who's going to win? And lucky for us, we have all that money from the government backing us up. This should play out in our favor. This is a technical breakdown. You technically have a wedge here. So it went too far. Now it's going to get a little bit bigger because, you broke down. But once the boost, in this case, negative boost, is over, then green can take over and crush it. So what you're looking for is you're going to see a change in volume when it breaks down or boosts in the wrong direction. And the bigger the volume, the more commitment or the better it's going to hold. If the volume is non-existent, then green will wipe it out almost instantly. So in this case, I didn't quite see it on the bottom when it broke down. Judging by the huge upflex of volume, I'm presuming it's not going to be that easy for green to erase because it's going to need a huge amount of volume to counter it. So this is going to be a couple of steps up. Yeah. But green might surprise me. But it should be like 2 minutes to get back up, 3 minutes maybe. So we'll go up 50%, then we'll go up the other 50%. Yeah. And we did push back a little bit at the end of the red, and that's a good sign. And we're holding green right now, so we're stabilizing. So that's also very good. If we didn't have any pushback, then it's not good because it means green's letting it happen. Or red just has infinite energy and green is overwhelmed. Either way, sucks. So we almost did it all in 1 minute. Nice. And look at the volume. We haven't used even a fraction of the same volume. Not bad. So that means red basically ran out of gas. They tried and they're done. So if red is going to give us a counter punch, if this doesn't have any volume, green's going to take off because red's done, at least for a couple minutes. Yep. Okay, so here we go. So green's going to go over this one, boost, and it'll go over the green and the red, which it's doing right now. Come on. Oh, red smacked us with what? A string of 20,000s, 15,000s. Yeah. And we're going to still beat that. We're doing good. See? There's your boost. There's your push. Now a little more, and we're over that stick. Come on. And fuck, we're off to the races. Now we just hold this height, and we'll continue going up. But yeah, red's going to try to hit us as they have been. But we just hold a little bit of this, and we're golden. Come on. Just hold any of it. Just hold any of it. We should. How many seconds we got? No, the tickers stopped working. Oof. Red just threw a nuke at us. 60,000 nuke. Man, that 60,000 guy. It's got to be somebody day trading with 60 grand. Those are way too similar numbers. And you see how quickly it hits us too? So someone's doing a market order on like 60,000 shares. 60,000 shares, yeah. Damn, Definitely gave us an arrow to the knee there. That would have gone into a run. So they nuked that run, whoever did that sell. Son of a bitch. So we'll go sideways for a little bit more, then we'll try again. But anyways, that was a good yeah, I want to do some cleaning, but that was a good example of how breakouts happen. And so, you know, we solidified a base, we're showing the energy, we get over the other candles, right? We get boosts, but because of all those reds are so close together, when we boost over one, we end up boosting over more than one, and then that gives us more of a boost. So you just get turbo, which is what you just saw. But then red comes back because you went up too high too quick and they want a profit take, right? Or you slam into a support and resistance line, which often happens too. In this case, I don't think we did, but anyways, yeah. So that's you know, I mean, at the end of the day, that doesn't really mean much, but at least now you understand kind of you know what you're seeing, right? Now we're looks like we're going into a pennant, but we're not because of that red in the middle. So if anything, we're going into a W. So we should expect 2 more minutes of whatever we're doing right now. And on the 1, 2, 3. So on the third minute, so the next one should be an okay green. And then the next one will be huge. Yeah. But you have to level out, you have to build a base. And the idea behind that is red just dumps all this water on you. You have to buffer, stop it, then reverse it. And it's very hard to just stop it dead and run it over. You need lots of money. Because you don't have lots of money, you then slow it down with consistent 20,000 or whatever instead of one big 200,000, right? Yeah. And that's what you as a trader are trying to figure out. By analyzing the volume and looking at the screen, you're trying to deduce the energy flow, the volume flow by who's playing, how much they're playing, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Which is why you have to watch the chart to see the personality. Yeah, so this should be a bigger green. At least a medium-sized green. And then that would start us off a W. If we can get over that little stick to the left, we'll do better. It shouldn't take much more. Come on. A little more. 1 penny. Give it a penny. Go. Forget red. So when you hit the top of the sticks to your left, right, that gives red a chance to slap you because you've almost made it. And then the weight of red gets to, they get a chance. Yeah. Now, luckily, those sticks are high because if we basically ran into a stick right here, red would have a chance to hit us while we're so low, and we would never have a chance to get off the ground. So now when we go to try to do a green in the next cycle, same size stick, same problem. Whereas if we didn't make that height, the stick would have been lowered, which would make it easier for us to boost over it. Yeah. And that's the problem with getting pulled down. That large red is going to hold us back for quite a while, that middle red. We should be getting green here. It's the volume's gone down. Doesn't look like red's really doing anything. Yeah, it's pretty slow. Slowed down quite a bit. They're throwing 15s at each other right now, 10s, 10 to 15, and it's pretty neutral. They're probably looking to feel out a bottom. So green is waiting for the bottom. Once they see the bottom, if we're looking at the bottom of the screen here, now that green is showing some strength, they're going to try to FOMO on that green. This green doesn't get crushed. No, someone just sold. And okay, now they're pushing. We should see FOMO once they push. Come on. No push. The red's going to take over. Come on, green. Push. Or red's going to slap us into the next year. Yet we are playing a dangerous game here. No. 440,000. Where's Bernie Sanders with the steel chair when you need him? Well, there's a 20. No, that's 35,000. All right, I'm gonna get a cleaning cloth. Why this is? Oh, I should put a lemon up. There you go. There's our once a month Dragon Ball Z reference. Looks like Perfect Cell is wrecking our Super Saiyan Lemon. Okay, so now we should be finding the bottom. So there's a horizontal support line to the bottom, so you can see to the left there. So we should get a bounce. All right. Now, if we bounce and we don't get back into the red channel, we'll just roll sideways and then we'll end up in a new channel or a pennant. just some random lines showing the bounds of things. They're just arbitrary lines. The top two represent the what's needed to go back into a bull run. We'd have to exceed those top two red lines. I guess I can get rid of this one. And then the bottom one is just representing the bottom slope. So if we stay above that, we're still in channel. If we break it, then things are going to get a lot worse. But it's not too bad. Okay. Bouncing. Just dealing with the robot. Oh, didn't miss much. All right. So I think I found out why the vacuum was cranky. I just posted it to the Discord. Somehow, I guess because it goes under the couches, I just did a deep clean of my house and it found dust bunnies I didn't even know existed. So it probably was trying to tell me it was full. It ate too much and had a tummy issue. Impressive. And that's um 2 days worth of vacuuming. Impressive. So for those that are new, I just bought because my health is kind of tentative. I bought one of those sweeping robots, but I got an Amazon warehouse kind of return special deal. It's $1,000 shark robot, which goes on sale for probably 700, and I got it for 350. And it's the one that has like the 30-day backpack for it sucks back its stuff, so you don't have to clean the robot every day. And in 2 days, I filled it up, and it yelled at me. So wow, that's something. A lot of dust bunnies, I guess. So, but that's one less thing I have to deal with now. Okay, so this is going to keep probably bouncing. If we don't go over this line, then we're going to drop back into the red channel here. If we do make it over the line, then we'll bounce up and down, and we'll be between the top red and the red we're touching right now. And that will give us a wedge with a flat bottom. So if we manage to hold this white line, then a wedge is a coming. Is good. Because this is, if we do get a wedge, then that means we're leveling out. The bottom is holding, and we just went up too fast, too early. So we're mustering up our strength, and we're going to go at it again. But we got to form a bottom here. And so far, not looking good. So now we're touching the bottom. We just bounced off the bottom red to the left here. This guy right here. We're bouncing off right now. But it's always best not to test your supports, because eventually, like now, if you hug it for too long, it's going to fail, and then it's going to go through. And then you'll test your next supports. Oh, there you go, Barry. Volume and price action don't have to match. It's the delta between the two that tells you the personality, right? If you get large volume and no motion, or lots of motion and no volume, that's telling you two different things, right? And then you have all the combinations in between. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go climb up and start cleaning the roof of my lair. So if something sudden and big happens, sorry in advance. But I'll keep checking back like every couple minutes. Well, not even, probably like every 20 seconds. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. We broke out of that. Still nothing to write home about, though. So if we can hold this green and get a little bit more, then we'll be building a new pennant here. Along that red line. And then essentially we'll have a new wedge with a new bottom. Yeah. It's a little too early to tell if that's going to be something, but that's where we're headed. So if this interacts, then we know this was the wedge because we see the hesitation there. And so when you see the hesitation, that lets you know that there's generally a line. But if we look to our left, we can see hesitation over and over and over again. And that's because it's a horizontal line, right? Yeah. Or most likely a horizontal line, not a wedge line or a slope. Angled line. There's English. Yeah. Well, we'll see how it plays out. Good God, that's a lot of dust. Oh, hard on the lungs. Yeah, so I was looking for a lamp the other day, and apparently it's on top of my lair, shoved in a corner. The lair has an air conditioner mounted to the front of it, so it pumps in AC, um, and so I have to have an air hose to do that, and it blocked the lamp. Oh, we were so close, but now we're so far, and in the end, it didn't even matter. Almost. We tried really hard for a breakout, and now we got a breakdown. Oh, backstop's teaching everybody the art of wheeling and dealing. Or better yet, the rules of acquisition. I just about tripped on the internet cable again while holding a glass mirror. That would have been fun. All right, so we were trending downwards and we started to level out, and that's what those trend lines are showing. It's showing the slope of the bottoms, and you can see we took a turnaround when we pushed with the green at 12 o'clock. No, 11:55, let's say. So that turned us around. Then the slope changed, and then we started to level out, but we didn't completely level out because we did that failed breakout at 12:10. And so then we dropped down, but we didn't break into anything lower. We're still along the same trend line. So not bad. And so that means red basically brought us back down, but didn't do anything new. So that gives us a good chance of getting out of here. So this might turn into a mini W. I would expect, though, we shouldn't break new lows. So if it is going to be a mini W, where we just went is probably going to be the lowest. Then it's going to be small green. So this will be a small green or a small red. The next one will be a small green, and then we'll come up if it's going to be a W. This is too much, too quick. Yeah, so I just looked at the minute ticks, and someone dropped a 50,000 bomb on us. So if the market agrees, they'll quickly correct that. But that's what that was. Someone dropping bombs. And so those are like, what is it called? Extremes in your data points. So they can generally be ignored. But if green doesn't do anything about it, which it's doing very little, then it will follow up with more red, which is what we're seeing now. Because green had a chance, they didn't do it, and so people are going to sell because there's no upswing. All right, well, anyways, I'll get back to cleaning, but that's what we're looking at. So we're looking at the thing at the bottom of the screen, and you want to see green come back with a good counter swing. If they don't, then you can keep expecting more red until they do, whenever that happens. But it should be nowish because we have a good support base. Yeah. that's a decent push. Volume's not there though. Oh, there you go. There's another bit of volume. And it quickly went and died. Well, looks like we might do it. It's thinking about it, but I think it's going to give it a push. And sorry for the background fan noise. I'm just in a cloud of dust right now. There's about a year and a half worth of dust I'm fighting right now. Yeah. Yeah, the I was doing okay, and then I just kind of turned my head and got a whiff of the cloud. Yeah. Back in my day, when we said things were in the cloud. At least it's leveling out. That's not too bad. Getting a little grim there, but we're still in the green, and it is a Friday, so that's great. Can't really ask for much more. Green on a Friday is about as good as you can ask for. That is the moral dilemma, Barry. All right. See you, Barry. Yeah, so we rode the channel, but we didn't get enough height, so we broke down. Not too bad, because again, you see we're not breaking the trend line. Hello, Zeus. You also get to set the message of the day. Only 3, Zeus? You know that's not a fair fight. You need at least 5 if it's going to be a fair fight. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, that's a lot of dust. Oh, I'll take a break. So on top of my layer, I have some leftover. Guess it's it's not particle board. Guess it's OBS, orientated strand board, but actually no, it's probably particle board because it's made out of sawdust. Yeah, so it's particle board. So it's particle board or wooden glue basically, and it's painted on one side, sealed on the other. Anyways, so they're about 7 feet by 12 feet, and there's 3 of them on top of the layer because I was going to do the ceiling, and then I realized doing the ceiling, leaving it open allows me to hook more stuff up to it. Plus, I kind of like the look of the open ceiling. Anyways, so I'm taking the sheets down to clean them and move them, and I took one sheet and I bounced it, and it basically a gush of air went through it and blew, a year and a half worth of dust into my face. Yeah, it's wonderful. So let that settle down. Zeus can handle 3-on-1. 5-on-1, that's when it starts to become a fair fight. Let's see here. Let's see if we reattach to this line. Yeah. So using a trend line, I could drag it down here and I could say, okay, if it follows like the other time, it's going to follow this. But we're so far removed from it that it's more likely that we got pushed down and we're trying to come back to latch back on. I think you can van defend yourself too. But I mean, when that van's coming at you 100 kilometers an hour, mixed motorcycle automotive is not going to save you. Okay, looks okay. Get a lemon in there. Lemon Airways. Oh. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, see, in Canada, we don't have that problem. Both sides would just apologize profusely. And then that's it. The only time you got to deal with that is when there's quality individuals that haven't been here too long. They don't know the ways of the great sorry. Yeah. I guess the only country I really know that, Middle East, Turkey. I don't know if China breaks out in fights. I think they do, actually. Yeah. New York, I think, has the same problem. Well, New York just ignores each other. So if someone does something stupid, they just run the person over and move on. Yeah. Well, at least you had an eventful life, Zeus. And luckily, they weren't armed. Low down on the volume. We're at 84 and it's 12:44. We might be able to do 100 by the end of the day. Now we're just testing this, and then we're back to testing the support line here. If we get over it, then we're back up on the way out. So, yeah, we were basically going good here, and then we got nerfed for probably this. Yeah. Actually, you could probably even say this whole downswing. But this part here is probably the nerfing. And I bet you if I put, say, the Dow up, Let's see here. We are running contra to the Dow. This doesn't count because we gapped up. And they go down, we go up. We go down, they go up. They go level, we go up. We go up, they go up. They go down, we go down. No. Nope. I would have lost that bet. It has nothing to do with the Dow. Other than, did I just see the Dow's down 9%? No way. Oh, 0.29. Whew. I was like, what? If it was down 9%, I'd be shitting my pants and then wondering why AMC is doing so good. Yeah. Looks like everyone's following the same overall pattern. And then GME and AMC. GME is on a bit of a tear. Probably, when's the money come out? The money came out yesterday. Yeah, leveled them out, and now they're rebounding. But yeah, you think it's hard being AMC. Just remember, you could be GME. You're looking at 53% losses over 38 days. Pretty much 38 days of red. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of... Yeah, could be worse. And if you bought here, still down 66%, 63%, and you originally took a dip back to 91% down. A drop of $444. Oh, fuck me. You went from having $400 shares to 38. Yeah. Actually, let's overlay AMC. I haven't done it this way. AMC. Same percentage scale. We could. Let's do new price scale. Yeah, so if we take AMC and we bring her down a bit. So going good, following, right? Following, and then YOLO, left them in the dust. Yeah, so we dropped as well when they dropped. The 10th of June, that was the Hwang guy, wasn't it? Or was he back in March? I think that was when the market got pooched because of the Hwang guy and his friggin' crap. He didn't have his money that he said he did and bombed the market. We can see that here. No, that would be here. So it's probably back in March, the 25th of March. Did we drop? We all dropped on that day. I remember it vividly. Yeah. That was not good for everyone. Yeah. Good times, AMC. And even if we level this out, you know, to be a little bit fairer. Yeah. They went up, they stabilized. We went up less, but we stabilized better. And then we got our time in the sun. And they're gone. Left them in the dust. Feels good. Normally I don't pick the winning horse, but this time picked a good horse. Yeah. Well, I mean, I pick winning horses, but I generally don't pick the horse that's going to win tomorrow. You know, that takes skill and a whole bunch of luck. But it's good. We won that one. Yeah, sometimes mere mortals have to be taught backstop their lot in life. Like they get uppity. They're all like, you know, I know better, and you're like, oof. Look, I've been around for a blank amount of years. Got to teach those peasants their place. Yep. No, not bad. Not a bad day. I was not expecting too good. We're at 2%, so I guess we're not at great, but yeah. This at least gives us some height. So even if we go red at the end of the day, we're not testing new lows. We're not back down here. So even if we just kind of do this, at least we got all this room. Yeah, which is great. And perhaps, whoops, 2 o'clock will actually boost us. Okay, so that's what we're fighting right now. We'll just, as long as we stay over that line, we should break. And then probably this is the top of the channel. And this is the midpoint. We'll see how that plays out. Oh, my poor lungs. Those puts? No, I took a hit on that one. That was a while ago. Oh, that's kind of neat. Yeah. You were betting on it going down to 26? And not after yesterday. Yesterday was great. It leveled out. It solidified a bottom. I mean, minus the 17% drop, but you get the idea. Or was that Wednesday? I'm getting my days confused anyways. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got it 3 days ago. Yeah. Yeah. No, that was, we were really testing death there. And I fully agree, backstop. Yeah. So that was Wednesday, right? Parents came up Wednesday. And Thursday was good. And Thursday saved us from damnation. Wednesday was just brutal, but we didn't get far enough. Red gave it all, threw the kitchen sink at us, and that's all they could do. So then we got the rebound. Yeah. DME 140. That's quite a drop. You see, you like to live dangerously. Yep. Well, because the likelihood of them fulfilling are quite low, right? Hence, the risk dictates the premium. Yeah. But anyways, good to see you back, Phil. It's good to have the old guard or the new old guard come in as we move along on this long stock journey. And I'm going to go back to cleaning giant pieces of wood, which is what I've been doing for the last couple hours. If you need me, I'll be back. I'm just watching the screen from afar, but I can't see the chat that far away. $36.85, 1 o'clock. Yeah, I think we're still okay. Even if we get solid red pushing in the next hour, yeah, I think we're good. Well, yeah. And AMC, though, is a profitable business, but they're also laden with debt and they have a murky outcome. They're not guaranteed money, right? But same thing with Tesla. It's like, okay, Tesla has IP, but if they can't beat Ford and they can't beat GM to selling cars, then they can't sustain their share price, right? So I'd say AMC is much more stable than high risk companies that are flying by the seat of their pants. They're going to make it or break it, right? But AMC still also has to face the changing future of how to put it, not cinematography, but customer changes, right? You know, people are streaming, people want to stay at home. If we get another pandemic, right? The changes in the public's behavior, whatever word that is, the change in demographics. Well, it's not demographics, but anyways, you know what I'm trying to find. So that weighs on AMC, but that's something we don't have to worry about till like 3 years from now, or at least 2 years from now. Well, actually, maybe let's say a year and a half, because in 2 years we'll be out of money. So if everything goes south, we have to start worrying before we run out of money, right? 3 years from now is probably when they'll have to be flying on their own gas. With all this money they got from this Reddit hype will be burned off. So hopefully they're positive and they're making money. So we have to start, even though 3 years from now will be the make or break point, we'll have to start worrying as investors probably this time next year, right? A year from now. So we look in December. If we don't see anything good in December, then June, July, we'd have to figure out if we're going to bail on it before it runs out of money, and then the share price starts plummeting, right? But aside from that, GME is, renovating. They've updated their air. They're now clean. They're bleaching everything and everyone. So, I mean, now they just have to deal with the industry, right? And if films don't stop making money, they should be okay. And maybe they'll strike a deal with Netflix or something. Like, you never know, right? Yeah. Well, Fast and the Furious 9 has been out for how long, right? Yeah, they might strike a deal with Amazon or Amazon probably. Well, Netflix is kind of innovative, but Amazon probably has the balls to do it. They'll want to get their content in theaters because ultimately Amazon is just a distribution company. They don't care what they're distributing as long as they distribute something, right? So yeah, I guess Amazon would do it. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. Well, exactly. Black Widow and Space Jam is what's going on now. Fast and the Furious was what, 2 weeks ago? 3? It's old news. Yeah, Black Widow smashed box office records for a pandemic movie. I think it was 800 million last time I checked. So, but I mean, pandemic movies, what, Tenant raked in what, 9.2 million or something ridiculously small. So you're not really you're not up against stiff competition. Yeah. Uh, yeah, a movie that takes let's say $3 million to make, and you bring home 100 times or more. Damn. Yeah, no, the opening box office is what I was talking about as well. I think in the first weekend they netted something like 800 million. They took in a lot of money. Did really good. I can quickly Google that. It was something redonkulous. F1. There we go. Black Widow opening weekend. Highest pandemic, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so debut is 80 million from theatrical and 60 million from Disney. Is that first day? Debut. Or is it weekend? Doesn't specify. They got 78 million from international ticket sales. It's probably talking about weekend. 215 million worldwide. Opening weekend. Yeah, so okay, so it's 215 million worldwide opening weekend, and then the remainder of the week I think it's somewhere now netting closer to 800. Let's see here. Black Widow net revenue. I still haven't got the numbers. Where the hell was I getting 800 from? Should be easier to find. Black Widow movie. It was filmed in Budapest, Hungary. Okay, so currently it's sitting at opening weekend is 80 mil in the US and Canada, and worldwide is 219 million. All right, so my number was way off. I thought I saw 800. But yeah, okay. That's why we verify. Still, that's pretty good. So opening weekend got them, well, 80% of all their money. That's July 11th. So, yeah, that was last weekend. And then the remainder of the week, they only made 20 million. Jeez. Oh, opening weekends are important. Big time. Yeah. So that's the correct number. Yeah. And I think we're still about 43%, 44% or something like that for US box office receipts. I don't know how we hold up internationally as a company, but domestically they're quite strong. When their competitors are at full strength, it's about a third. But now that their competitors are kind of struggling and all that sort of crap, and they don't have the same money AMC got, um, they're commanding a small lead. Yeah, yeah. Well, if AMC keeps the lead, they're gonna murder. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and we only have to look to China. Like China has a full digital economy, and streaming is there, right? They've had streaming for like 20 years. Um, Hell, I was streaming before streaming was a thing using Chinese tech, IPTV, all that sort of stuff. They had it all good to go. But even then, people were still going to theaters. People are still packing those theaters full, right? So even with the whole digitalization, and even now, they're still going to theaters. So it evidently has a role and a place. They probably have seen less people go to theaters now, right? Because it's, you have options now, right? Just like less people um, go to bars because you have options now. You don't go to parks and play anymore because you have options now. It's not like parks are going to go somewhere. It's just you had no choice but to kick a ball in a park and play baseball in the 1930s or the dirty street. Now you can do so many other things, right? You can make TikToks with you dancing outside of your car and then get ran over on a freeway. You know, normal human things. So, yeah. Well, Disney's doing a dual release, right? And I think they're going to try to do that because the streaming companies make 100% dollars putting it in a streaming platform, right? Even if they make less money per ticket, they're not paying a middleman, right? But because AMC can bring in such large numbers, it's like the only other way they could compete is if they sold like a air quote ticket. So you didn't have to subscribe to Disney Plus, but you could just watch that one video for a low price. But then Apple's tried that, YouTube's tried that, and I'm sure they've made some money off of it, you know. But yeah, that's a possibility, Zeus. If they're very smart, that's what they'll do. They'll just, oh, well, everyone's subscribed, and then they'll start taking content out and making the system shittier. And then people are just going to stay in it because they're in it. Yeah, exactly. Well, exclusivity, right? Exactly. No, that would actually be a smart power play. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it doesn't calculate as well backstop everyone that torrented it, right? Because if I'm going to go click a streaming service, I can just click another button and, torrent it just as fast, right? Well, harder to pirate isn't really a big deal, but yes, you're right. It's harder to share, but once it gets into the wild, it's friggin' easy. Like I haven't been to a movie theater in I would say 15 years or so. I may have gone twice in 15 years on a date or so, but I've seen a lot of movies, right? So, but if I go to the movie theater, it's because like if like Blade Runner, right? That has to be seen in a theater. Like there's no way I can do it any justice at home. But for a thousand other Marvel bullshit, movie of the day, eh, it's made for your cell phone. Everything's big and chunky and it's made to be watched on a small device because they know their audience, right? So Yeah, exactly. Backstop. That's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if in my case I don't find theaters engaging. I don't like them. I don't like the atmosphere. I really there's nothing beneficial to a movie theater for me. But the big screen is like an IMAX. Nothing comes close to an IMAX, right? Um, but when you're talking about like regular movies, especially like the crap they're pushing out now, it's not even composed. It's nothing like the movies in the 80s where people were trying and it was a craft. Now it's just slap some shit together and people are going to watch it cuz it's a story. It's like there's no artistry, right? Um so that doesn't require a movie theater. You can just sit real close to a 30-inch television or hold a cell phone 2 inches from your head. Same experience. Yeah, IMAX is unmatched just because also too the IMAX is a bigger film, right? They're using film and it's capturing more data. So it's like and they could technically beat IMAX with a like quad or 10 projector setup. But they would have to have a digital camera that is redonkulous. Like they would have to strap like a huge gigapixel. You know, it wouldn't be practical. Um, well, maybe it's practical. I don't know. I'm not a movie cinematography doer, but it would be big and bulky and use a lot of power. So right now, IMAX is definitely takes the cake. Yeah. Well, IMAX is a format, and the format dictates the outcome because the film can capture more because it's a large format film, and so it can capture more. Oh, what is it? Points of light, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure all projectors are digital projectors right now. But when they transfer it off the film and they digitalize it, then off they go. Because I think IMAX is still captured in film, and then they digitalize it because it's just like shooting with raw mode on your camera. You start with the highest amount of pixelation. Yeah, exactly. And like when I went from black and white photography, I used to shoot black and white and I went to digital, I couldn't stand it. The level of detail's not there because the silver acetate atoms can capture light down to like microscopic. And then you go to digital and you're basically shooting through a screen door of light. And it's like, oh my Lord, it's just trash. And it doesn't act the same way, and it's affected by so many problems because the light can bleed from one sensor to another. And it was like, oh, kill me. This sucks so much. Technology moved ahead a little bit, but still, it's nothing like film. And it took a lot of learning. I sucked. Like I went back to Sucksville. I used to be good black and white, and then I went to trash digital. But it's nice to have it digitalized because print to doing film is a pain in the arse. Shaking it, setting it, fixing it. Oh, just kill yourself. It's horrible. And half the time you take photos too, and they're not. You're not out there to compose. You're not being an artist, right? And so you're just snapping away snapshots. And digital is so much better for that. Yeah, yeah. IMAX is 70 mil diagonal. Yeah, which ends up being something like 1.5 times the 35 when you do the math. You get like 33% on the up and maybe a 30% on the run as well. And then that gives you a grand total of it's like going from 720 to 1080. You get that corner free, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Anyways, nonetheless, IMAX until they come out with like I don't know. I think those Red One cameras that they use a lot now are gigapixel, and a gigapixel camera is impressive. You can shoot a photo and then zoom in to like, I don't know, 20 kilometers out and read the newspaper. Like, you don't think that's possible, but because it's capturing every atom of light, right? That light bounced off that newspaper. And the only reason we can't see that is because we can't focus our eyes, because our eyes only have a limit to how much light can hit it. And it's like, oh, Lordy. Yep, that's exactly right, Zeus. That's why they're bringing out, or like the Matrix, they're bringing it back. Because, yeah, they kept all the film, all the raw. Exactly. Yeah, I love film. I completely agree when people are like, film beats digital any day of the week. It's insane the quality level that it can capture. Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, the process is called TA, telly something. And that's also how you steal film from the movie theaters. You run it through a TA. Yep. Well, I'm glad we can nerd out about film. Yeah. I love film. It's just impractical. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I guess I hate about film is its sensitivity to light. And so when you're shooting and if everything's not right, you can bleed out, the whole shot. And so it's very sensitive to overexposure, right? Um, but that comes down to personal skill, right? But with digital, the digital can turn down hotspots, so it can actually dial back the voltage if it detects that one thing has gone wrong, right? But generally, though, um, the HDR, the dynamic range film is like godlike, and then digital can only do 1 volt to 1.5 volt. So even though it turns it down, you're still losing data, whereas film would capture all of that in a faint, microscopic layer of silver acetate or whatever it is. Yeah. So even if you overexpose, you can technically Photoshop your negatives and bring it back. But that was my only dislike in film, especially black and white. Is just yeah, if you get some light issues because the light shifts or whatever, or a car drives by and glints, you can flood with too much light. Um, yeah, and that's it. Yep. No, I can't really click links, but sure, I'll click the link. Oh, that one actually worked. Normally it comes up with an error. Screw off IGN. Yeah. So he's just saying it's made with a theater audience in mind because, big screen, whatever, whatever. But that's not true because it's made for small screen format. You can see it if you run a preview of just click the preview of Black Widow and look at how nice it looks like in that tiny ass screen. She fills up 90% of it, right? You know, the video just below proves total bullshit. Everything is close cuts, right? Everything's massive, takes up 80% of the screen. The car takes up 50% of the screen. Yeah. The only time they go to a smaller is when they need to do something impressive. But yeah, everything's super tight. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I call bullshit on that. Yeah. But that's what they have to say because, they don't want to alien it. If for some reason AMC just decides they're going to tell off Marvel, they're going to miss out on money, right? So, and they don't want to piss off their directors and the producers who come from the craft. And they're like, yeah, as a corporation, we don't give a shit about that. Everything's for a 10-inch screen, which has been the truth for the last 20 years. Oh yeah, well, I quickly skimmed it, but yeah, then that's him backtracking, saying, "Oh, it's meant to be shared. Marvel's a family." You know. Yeah. Anyways, I wouldn't buy into it. Not to sound dismissive, but there's a lot of like if we just follow the psychology, first of all, why did he make this post? Why did he say this? What drove him to write this quote, right? But, he woke up and he knows he has problems with blank, blank, blank. And so he's off doing whatever. There's not much to do on TA there, Shane. It's just trucking along. We're just having a conversation. So you have, I'd say here, a breakdown of this channel, which is here. Yeah. Yeah, but I wouldn't give it too much credit because he's basically saying like um yeah. Yeah, so with Disney and every other movie company, right? They have to balance their internals. So they got producers and directors and Quentin Tarantino's and talent that they want to try to attract and keep and all that sort of stuff and actors, right? So if they come out and they're like we don't care about the craft and F everyone, then they have a hard time, you know, continuing their business, right? And everyone has complained that's in the industry has complained that they've been pushing for smaller screens, right? They're moving because primarily people are watching it on their phones. So there was a shift to the 16 by 9. Everything has to fit 16 by 9, which is a frigging computer monitor, not film, not even close to film's dimensions. And so that was the first one. Then they got, okay, 16 by 9's fine. Well, we can manage around it. Cool. But then it was like, oh, everything has to get big and everything can start moving quicker now, but it has to be bigger. Fill up the screen. You can't have large panning shots with small stuff. There's no good, bad, and ugly people standing on either side of an anamorphic screen. Nope, that doesn't work. It's 2 inches tall and I can't see it on my phone. Can't do that kind of movie no more, right? And so now you see how movies are made. They're made for a phone. Um, and even though they're like, yeah, it's for the theater and we love the theater, their actions are all, we're making shit for the phone. But then, of course, Disney was gearing up for streaming, right? Netflix was gearing up for internal content. And you're not watching Netflix at a theater, right? So lo and behold, right? Yeah. Now it might come back. The pendulum might swing the other way. Um, but it's pretty bullshit to say that, the last 20 years of Marvel, they were thinking about the theater. They don't fucking care. They just care about money. So if they're going to make money, they got to make money somehow. So they got to make it so that it works in theaters, but it also works on the streaming service when they resell Iron Man 100,000 times for the next 20 years, right? So, anyways, yeah. Well, your employer has what's in the best interest of making money. Your employer just generally doesn't give a crap about you. Some of them do, but generally it's all about the money. Because, yeah, like, why would they care about one employee in a sea of a gazillion? You're not that important until you're a Tarantino or you're doing something that no one else can do. But unless you're an A-list, right? 40,000. So this is two 40,000 drops. Yeah. But anyways, I get you. Oh, is he like a radical CEO? Gonna turn it around kind of guy? So then he's also then probably just putting out his image, right? Ah, okay. Yeah. Ah. Well, Velcro is very good for exfoliating your face. All right. So the volume looks high on this chart, but I'm looking at the ticks. It doesn't look that high. So I think there's a little disconnect there, which means green might be able to counter. But yeah, to finish that conversation backstop, yeah, I'm not in like complete disagreement, but yeah, I just would argue that they got to be picky choosy about the words they say because they're basically building their brand every time they talk, but the brand is them, right? So like if I was more choosy with my words, I would just be nothing but positive and hype about AMC because that would build my brand of what you think of me, right? Which would be fake and artificial. Whereas this guy, right, he can't come out and say, well, shit, we are here to make money, so we got to do this, this, and this. He's going to come out and say, look, don't feel bad about theaters. We're trying to make it for the theater experience. It's all about the craft. We're coming out. We want the audience to be engaged. We love our fans. Go out and buy more stuff. Dress up like Iron Man. I'm here for you. I'm going to make sure all the movies are good. That's what they're going to say. But in truth, he has limited control. He can't do what he says he does. He's going to have to argue with execs. He's going to get overruled at some point. Blah 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 blah. Right. So that's my counter argument. So no, pumping theaters wins you points with all the people that see film as a craft, all the people that are in the industry that see it as artistry, right? And it also wins you brownie points with the audience that love their directors, love their producers, right? And all the cinemaphiles, which is a defined term, right? You can't alienate the theater crowd, even if you want to, right? Even if they are a competitor, because they're also making you a shit ton of money. They made you more money than you made on your streaming service, right? So you're not yet at the size that you can tell them to bugger off. Now, the question for us is, will ever Disney get that big and to be able to tell theaters to bugger off? People have been saying for the last 10 years, that's what's going to happen with Netflix, right? They're going to be able to tell theaters to go take a hike. So far, theaters have eked out survival, right? But will that last forever? Who knows, right? So, anyways, that's all the point I was trying to make. Um, yeah, people are, especially people that are public, they have to put on a face. So I wouldn't be too trusting in what they say. As we've learnt with our favorite streamers who have been bought out for money. Who would have knew? Yeah. 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 Anyways, well, I'm commenting on the comment, right? But yeah, he's telling Rotten Tomatoes this is what he thinks. Well, did Rotten Tomatoes ask, or did he just send a letter saying, hey, bro, check out my PR spin? You know? Yeah. Well, it is a Friday, right? So this is what I was saying earlier is we gapped up, but this gives us enough room to play out. So even if we come out neutral or slightly red at the end of the day, it stopped us from being down here. And so I think Monday will be good, although last Monday was trash. So yeah. 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 Well, pumping the end of theaters is just topical, right? Like, even if I started pumping the end of theaters, more people would follow me because they're like, oh, he knows something. Maybe it will happen, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just arguing the we make films for the theaters is fake. You know, he can't come out and say what's the actual case, which is they make films for phones, is what they're doing. They're making it for a 16:9 format at holding 3 inches from your face. And you can see it with that trailer right below the quote. It's definitely all up in your face. And then contrast that to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, A Fistful of Dollars, um, whatever is other case. Um, what would be old format? Big westerns are use that a lot. Um, Bridge on the River Kai. Um, Anything that is filmed probably in the 30s to the 60s before they had TV, those would all be, they wouldn't work on your phone. You'd see it just be horrible. And so that's my counter argument. Yeah. 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 But that was something they changed over like 20 years ago, or not even. They were having this argument when I was in college. So 2008. So that's 10 years ago. Yeah, let's say 10 years ago. They were having this argument because I remember that when I was in college, they were arguing, the future is going to be digital. Netflix is going to kill everyone. And the content doesn't fit the screen, right? And then it doesn't look good on the TV. And it doesn't work on when phones were, 3-inch phones, right? Remember the old iPhone 3S and the 4? They were like, well, I can't even see the friggin' movie, right? So phones have gotten bigger, tablets came out, and that's kind of taken the edge off the rush to do 16:9. But when phones first came out and they were playing video on them, there was a huge rush. And then monitors too, right? Monitors were 3x4 and they got murdered too because they're like, okay, we need to find people are watching videos and they're getting pissed by the black bars. Okay, match the TV to the monitor. Boom. Now go after the movie industry and get the source content to fit. And that was the big thing. So, anyways, that was something I remember because yeah, that was quite the. It was like a format war, but for uh, screen size, I guess. Resolution? No, aspect ratio. That's the word. Yeah, yeah. There was a fight for aspect ratio because I love my 3x4 screens. I love that format. Such a good format, but video murdered it. Although I'll give props to Microsoft, the Surface Pro is a 3x4, which matches close to paper. Yeah, so good. Yeah, I should. Is Space Jam out, or is it just pre-review Zeus? Oh, I love 3x4. Love it. Actually, let's see what the Surface is. I think it's 3x4. 16:9 is pretty poo. Um, Surface Pro aspect. Okay, so the new Surface Pros are 6:9 widescreen. Oh, that's the Surface Pro, maybe number one. Yeah, it's garbage. Oh yeah, it runs Windows 8. Yeah, this is Surface Pro number one, which was garbage. Okay, it's got a 16:9 camera. What's the display? Display is a 3:2. So 6:4. Sorry. 3:4 is almost square. 3:2. So 3:2 is a 2,736 by 1,824 approximately. Yeah, and my old monitors I think were 3:4. 3:2 monitor. About 3:4 monitor. They were almost square. Yeah, okay. So it's 3:4. 3:4 was my old monitors, which I enjoyed. I like the shape, especially for video games. It gives you more vertical space. And then the new one is 3:2, and 3:2 is really nice. Yeah, but my old monitors were 3:4s. I miss that format. Man, they still sell them. Oof. $250 for a 15-inch monitor. Yikes. Okay. Well, yeah. Basically a box, yeah. Because 4:4 would be square, right? Which would be a 1:1 ratio. Yeah. Yeah. Well, what Zeus is pointing out is the number one complaint that Disney Plus had. So when it first came out, everybody rushed to it, and then they're like, "Okay, all it is superhero," because that was their main draw, right? It's old cartoons and childhood memories and all their Marvel. But then that buzz kind of wore off. So yeah. Yeah. But that is actually their major flaw. So they're trying to fix that with new content and all that other stuff, right? But ultimately they're kind of trapped in the cash cow, and they brought in Star Wars and murdered it. Say what you will, but fuck. Poor Star Wars. I like the uptick in visual quality, but you're just too much Disney, and they've gone and mangled it. Just like the problem we're gonna have with James Bond. Now that Amazon owns James Bond because they own MGM, right? So they own the rights to Bond. You're gonna start seeing changes, and then it's gonna get less womanizing and more PG. Actually, one good revisionist style of that is Lilo and Stitch. So on Disney Plus, I guess it's Lilo. She hides in a dryer or a washer machine, and her mom finds her in it. But to stop kids from imitating that and then falling in there and dying, right? Somehow, they turned it into like a weird toaster-looking oven that doesn't exist, so that there's no way the kid could be trapped in it, and they don't try to emulate it because it doesn't exist, right? But that's the kind of shit Disney does, and it's like, great. So, anyways, that is the problem. So, yeah, Mandalorian's not bad. Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah, yeah. Rogue One kind of leveled it out. Mandalorian's doing good, but even with the Mandalorian too, though, you got a lot of like uh, family issues, and your diversity gone through the roof, right? Not saying space is supposed to be all white people, but you get the idea, right? It's definitely gone that way. Especially when you're working with an old IP. It's like having a Western and then all of a sudden you're dumping to make it more accurate. And it's like, okay, yes, but people have formed in their head what it should look like, right? And it's cool to challenge that. But when you have an established IP, you're watching it for the IP. You're not watching it for the remix edition. And that's usually where you get the problem. Like if Blade Runner all of a sudden took place in a less gloomy non-cyberpunk world, it wouldn't quite be Blade Runner, right? So you have to keep in the old school racism and lack of diversity and white people in plastic suits, because the more you drift, then it's starting to change it, right? But Disney wanted to update it for the modern day, and I don't blame them. So, oof. Whereas Game of Thrones, yeah, Game of Thrones just said, "Fuck it, we're gonna do it live." Yeah, yeah. Blade Runner, original Blade Runner, yeah, was sci-fi was in its infancy, but they let out Dune, so they were trying stuff. But oof, Blade Runner is just a cult classic. And is a good movie. Hopefully they'll make a Blade Runner 3 before I DOA. But yeah. Anyways, so we tested a new low. I want to get back to cleaning this dusty crap. Oh yeah, well exactly, backstop. Exactly. And it was a combination of both. You know, there's the social stuff to summarize it, and then you had a dog shit story. And then the dog shit story had to put in the social stuff. So you can't really tell which one dug the grave, but they dug the grave. Yeah, exactly. It's like, and even like the old Star Wars, they didn't have that much of story. Guy finds out dad is bad, confronts dad, fights dad, cries a bit, moves on. It's like, okay, but at least the story was heading that way. It was focused on that point. It was leading up to it. But when you start tossing in all that social crap to pull left and pull right, you're throwing the audience, or at least the ones that are, sensitive to that, like me. You're throwing them out of the story, right? Because you're like, what? Why is she here? Oh, why is he doing that? Why are they having this argument? Why are they concerned about this, right? So it drags you away, and then you're like, oh, because they're adding social commentary to, oh yeah, they're dealing with 2010 issues in the galaxy far, far away. Got it. You know? Yeah, fuck. So, anyways, yeah, exactly. Backstop. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I'm Star Trek for life, even though Star Trek is pretty ham. I at least love it for, you know, more psychology. But yeah, they definitely murdered. They murdered Star Wars. Poor George Lucas. Like just when you thought the birthday Star Wars birthday edition couldn't get any worse, Disney will hold your beer. If you ever get a chance to watch the uh what is it? Star Wars Christmas or the birthday cut or something? Holy crap, it's bad. Like I think there's one point there was like 20 minutes of just talking as Chewbacca. No subtitles, just Chewbacca talk back and forth, and no one knows what's going on. They were having a Chewbacca birthday party or something. I can't fully remember it, but holy crap. I was like, who made this? Oh yeah, no. You know, George Lucas made the right choice. You know, he has to put in so much effort to continue to develop the Star Wars franchise, sell it at its peak, get it out the door, live with the money, let Disney do whatever, because you can always make bar wars and kill Disney, right? Like there's nothing stopping him from making a new IP, you know. So yeah. Oh, I'm surprised Disney hasn't gone down the Ewok road. You know, they made whatever that stupid ball is. So yeah, and that's it. Backstop. By contrast, right? But they have the ball that follows everyone around in Rogue One. No, not Rogue One. The next trilogy, right? And then the Porgs. That's what I was getting to, right? So they clearly made them to sell them as toys, right? Um, but I'm waiting for them to take the Ewoks and start selling them as teddy bears. Like I know that's coming. They're gonna bring back the Ewoks and 6-foot Chewies and sell them, right? I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. Yeah. If we saw the new Star Wars before we saw the old, we would probably see the old as more simplistic and empty. Because if we accept the woke culture, then it becomes less woke in the older videos, right? And then you'd be like, okay, there's less going on. It's simpler. But going the other way, it's like we went from a focused plot, a very simple, good versus evil. Dad is not great. I got some issues. Grandpa dies. Great. Family gets murdered. Whatever. Move on. Go straight. It's like a Western, pretty straightforward. Fight the bad guy. There's a showdown. It's over, right? It's basically knights with lightsabers in an epic showdown, right? And then you get into something else when there's too much going on and it's like, you know, but if we got used to that, then we'd probably see the old movies as being empty, focused, but empty, right? So I don't know, but that's a good point. Yeah. Whoa, whoa. Episode 6? You mean episode 3? You mean movie 3? Because there's no such thing as episodes backstop. Whoa. Dial that back. Yeah, that's right. Oh man. What is this? What is this? Giving me this. Huh. Somehow my screen resolution changed and cut off the AMC up the top. Oh, it's because there we go. I full screen. Oh yes, because I had to open that window to search for Black Widow. Right. Yeah. Of course, there's a watch order. Oh man, Clone Wars, the animated one, is friggin' good. I know, friggin' good. Like, ah, and I had so much hope for the Star Wars movies coming out because you're like, okay, Clone Wars is animated, but damn, they got it right. You know, they leveled it out. You care about the characters. You have interest, and then you go, bleh. And it's like, it could have been so much better. Like, oh my god. They made a Clone Wars PC game, not the Battlefront, but like one where you just play as clone troopers in like a squad. That game was way ahead of its time. And even though it was like Doom on rails, you felt like you were a trooper. It really had that feel. And it was like, man, why can't they just do this for a movie? Yep. Oh well. Oh yeah, exactly. No, Clone Wars, yeah, the first season was like but yeah, you're right. As soon as it started to get its legs, like I could watch droids getting blown up all day. You know. Oh man. Yeah, it's like when Lego came out with Lego Star Wars, you're like, and then once you play it, you're like, oh dear. And then as you start playing the other ones like Batman and you're like, Wow, they really hit on something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wonder how many people we got. We've been nerding out here. How many people do we got left in the stream? 18? Oh, we didn't lose a lot talking about Star Wars. Not bad. I applaud everyone that stayed. We lost 3 people off of our 5 people. Nice. Oh man, I know exactly, exactly. Backstop. Just watching them all pop is like, uh, yeah. And all the little Roger, Roger, and then just blowing them away. Love it. And of course, the classic sound of jingling money is like you're collecting 1,000 bazillion useless garbage points, but it's a constant stimulus, right? It's a loot box, and every loot box is a winner. It's like, oh man, they knew what they were doing. Yeah. The last one I played was I guess the Avengers one, and I didn't really like it because you had to switch between them, and it was trying to be more like a puzzle. And I was like, I want mindless beating things up. And that's really what Star Wars is all about. Just tons and tons of bad guys that can't hit the side of a barn with a laser. And you just go right through them. You know, Jedi Outcast, what is it? Dark something, which was like the Doom shooter on rails. Oh man, so good. Hell, even KOTOR. Oh, KOTOR in its time was like, oh my lord. Knights of the Old Republic, people still talk about it. Yeah. Or well, it's SOTOR. No, KOTOR. It's Knights of the Old Republic, but it's Star Wars SW, SAKORTOR. But most people just leave out the SW. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. No, KOTOR, they need to chase that down. Great great the whole idea of the ancient Sith, like they were older than the Jedi, and you're going back to the point of like ancient Greece and ancient Egyptians kind of deal as to our time. And so you have all this play, you know, the mysterious temples, and they left stuff, and you can play with the technology and the hidden artifacts of a lost culture. There's so much you can do. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, I know. I know. And plot twist, it's your son. Yeah, who the friggin' cares, you know? So the bad guy is technically Han Solo's son, and now he's all torn up on the. No one cares, you know? But if you have the bad guy does a plot twist. Holy crap, Darth Vader was actually the good guy all along. Boom. You know? It just, oh my God. That would kill him. Yeah. And like Shyamalan would have to do it. He'd be like, what a twist. uh, what a twist. Yeah. And just like KOTOR, it was like an early Dragon Age, but just the experiences you have with your co-partners, it doesn't ever feel stressed. It doesn't feel pushed or rushed, you know. And you're having conversations with a robot that calls you meatbag, and you care about the characters, and it kind of has a feel of like what Mass Effect later did. You know, Dragon Age, Mass Effect, it's all rehashing the same thing. Um, but you find with those characters, you don't really care. Although Garrett was a character most people cared about and still care about, but the rest of them are kind of like they're filling it up so they can say they have 8 characters, but the quality's not there. Yeah. Anyways, good trip down nostalgic lane. But yeah, if Star Wars could just not suck, that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. I think everyone agrees on that one. But anyways, I'm gonna go back to cleaning. We're still in a channel. We're just channeling. So we tried for a channel here. We get pushed down here. And now we're in this channel here. So if it can level out, then we'll start a new channel that kind of mimics this guy. But we're basically bleeding out. And then if this changes, it will be a U. But if it doesn't, we're just going to keep bleeding out. It's too early to tell which way it's going to go on this one. The only way you can kind of guess is that you look at the bottoms and you can see they used a support line and bounced. So that helps you think that it should reverse. If you find out that the bounce is like in the middle of the air, like let's say here, it bounced like this, then it might be just on its way because there's no formal support until you get over here. So, yeah. But yeah, we're at the turning point. So it's either a U, it's a channel. So that would be kind of a V shape like this. Or it's just going to be a dead cat bounce and it's going to retest this line, bounce again, and go under. Yeah. But I'll revisit this closer to the end because this will decide where we end up. And then we'll either upswing from a low or we'll probably come back from a high. So that will be where we probably end up at the end of the day. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I would say this is pretty normal. You know, the volume is dwindling down. Everything gets settled down for the weekend. We should see the 2 o'clock interaction coming up in the next 3 minutes, 2 minutes. And that may start the uptick, but I'll come back if that's the case. No, I haven't. Is it any good, Zeus? I just saw the word Dota and I was like, I don't care for it. I was talking about Dragon Age, the video game. I thought it was Dawn of the Ancients. Yeah, which, yeah, is a nasty ass video game. Cancer. I know there's Dota lovers, but man, I remember when everyone was running around saying pentakill. I'm like, where did this come from? And then you're like, oh, everyone's playing Dota. Just like now, everything's battle royale. Oy. I'm waiting for video games to go through its goth phase. We pretty much hit every other phase. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, maybe I'll give it a whirl. I don't got much to do. Right now I'm going through Hogan's Heroes. And it's quite good. Because generally when I'm done this stream, I'm feeling like crap because I'm sitting all day and it's hard on my health. But suck it. So finishing the day with something lighthearted is good. Can't really do death and dismemberment later in the day. I become too sensitive to stress. I'm like, damn, man, I could walk through a battlefield no problem. Now it's like the slightest breeze makes me die. It's like, ugh. Life sucks. But whatevs. No point wallowing in it. I can still make my money on the market. So if we don't break new lows, then we should be within these 2 lines. Okay, so this is our runway to the end of the day. Okay, and I'd probably say there's about a 50% chance we'll land somewhere on this screen. What's this? 37? Let's make that an 80% chance. We'll land somewhere on the screen. Lucifer is good, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that was quite well written for a sitcom. I got what's his face, the Sam, to watch Van Helsing, because there's a character in there called Sam, and a pretty good plot twist. But I actually enjoyed Van Helsing. Yeah. But as we were talking about this about 4 months ago, Line of Duty on Netflix. Rarely have I watched a show where I have to watch the next show. But they set it up so it's like cliffhanger after cliffhanger after cliffhanger. My God, I was up to like 3 a.m. watching this. I go to sleep, wake up, first thing I do, start it up. I'm like, I've not been that way for anything in forever. And it was just really well done. Really good writing. Like those British cop dramas. Oh my God. It's like, and it's refreshing, to actually have content that's good, because we just have so much crap. And it's like, if they just took 2 seconds of effort, it could be 100 times better. But they don't. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have high standards. I want us to go back to I wouldn't say the good old days, because there was a lot of garbage back in the good old days. But the good old days, if it was garbage, it wouldn't see the light of day because it wouldn't make any money, right? Now it's like, every art piece can fly out the door, and they just hope it sticks. We've kind of gone pendulum the other way. Super oppressive. Only, winners can come out the door, to everyone and their small dog can come out the door, regardless of the quality. Somewhere in the middle is where we need to land, right? Put a filter. Yeah. Oh, Wonder Years was a show, wasn't it? You're right. I wonder if Bill Cosby's going to try to do a reboot. I'm getting my pudding pops. Cosby, no. Actually, I should redo that meme. Instead of Daddy, no, just Cosby, no. Yeah. All right. I'll sit here all day. Um, so yeah, if we stay between these lines, we're basically going to go like bing, 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 or so. And then as we get close to, let's say, probably somewhere in here, we'll roll, right? As we get, this is the end of the day right here. So we'll probably roll if we get up high. If we don't get up high, if we do this, and let's say do this, we'll then come back up here. Or we might do some type of V shape like that. Yeah. So, anyways, the Cosby Candy Shop. Hey, hey, hey. Yep. Anyways, good times. I'll leave you guys to this. Gotta get those cultist Lamborghinis all polished up for tomorrow. That's what I'm doing. The boss calls. I'm just out getting the Lambos ready for tomorrow. welcome back from your sleep. Nope, no moon, but we're holding the line. Well, sort of. I mean, at least we're staving off damnation, right? That was the whole idea on a Friday. But I agree. Rookie numbers. The Americans didn't do their job. Euro's gonna have to clean it up in the pre-market or after hours. So I'm gonna post a photo to the Discord. Oh yeah, yesterday he was here yesterday. I'm gonna post to the Discord the giant piece of wood I'm fighting with right now. Oh, I just saw your post, Tom. Yeah, that's definitely Zach. 100%. And I just saw your post backstop about the robot smearing animal poo. Yeah. That video was amazing. Robot goes and it's like and it's everywhere on the carpet. It's like, oh god. Oh yeah. The robot don't know. You just come home to zigzags because Rufus left you. Oh man. So that's the size of the lair. That's the roof sheet, which I haven't used yet. And it looks like we're heading back. So I didn't draw the line, but you can draw an invisible or in your brain, imaginary middle trend line. And that's where we should go up to. So if, ooh, that green would just wiggled. Whoa, what's going on? Green's having a stroke here. What? No, that's got to be glitching. Look at it go. It's flickering. The hell? On my side, it's flickering like it's having a stroke. I'll zoom in. Yeah, it's just flickering. Um, yeah, so anyways, if we travel up, there, I can draw the line now that I came back. So if we attach to that line, then we should be good to continue. And the farther we start to roll before we get there, then that shows we're probably going to go back down and test the bottom line. So, well, it looks like we're gapping up towards it. Not bad. Oh, that's kind of cool. The sun has bleached the board. It's like oh, I don't know, 4 or 5 shades lighter. Neat. Oh man, how am I gonna get this out of here? Oh. And not disconnect the computer again. I was like, okay, I could just back up, hold it. Wait. Memory reminded me that when I went to go get my meds. So you see here, we didn't meet the middle. So we're going to see if this is going to go down, we're going to see large reds and we'll see an increased volume and angriness because we failed. If we don't get the increased volume and angriness, then it means green's going to counter and it was just a bump in the road. So the volume's there. And green's not countering, so we should get us. Oh, there was a big burst of green. And red destroyed it. Okay, so I'll say it's 50-50. Yeah, the ticks are useful to see deeper into the what's going on. But yeah, if you stare at the ticks, you get lost in the weeds because the scale, the whites are moving up or down. It could be $5 or $10, and you can't tell because the scale keeps changing all the time. But it's good to show general trend, and especially because we're prone to like bursts of sell-off, so you get slapped down if you're just staring at the main chart. You get hit like this and you're like, oh wow, we got slapped, but you haven't seen the volume update yet. But then when you look at the ticks, the volume updates instantly, and you're looking at 29, so 30. Can't really see from here. 15,000. So that's 15 and 10, so 25,000 right there. That dragged us down, right? Yeah. Anyways, so for those that are new, that's kind of how you work this stream. You just look at the ticks at the bottom, or look at the chart, and when there's sudden movement, look at the ticks, and this just ride it out all day. Stocks don't have to be high velocity. Yeah, it's definitely Zach. I'm just reading the thing on Discord. God. Yeah, because who else would have spent their days fighting random people in the stream? Try to get this out of here. This ain't gonna go. This ain't gonna end well. All right. Woo. Wow. So I just lifted up a giant piece of wood, but I managed to torque it kind of like a Pringles chip. And so it stayed straight instead of flexing. Holy crap, that took all my limited gamer energy. Whew. Oh my God, I want to die now. I'm so out of shape. All right. That is a lot of dust. Good. Well, I'll breathe easier now. We're almost back to the line. That's good. I actually kind of like this. I got the microphone now pointing. I'm in a standing position like if I was a singer. The microphone's pointing up like you would have at an auditorium or it's pretty good. Oh shit, we're reattached. Ham stock. These afternoon rushes are great. It's generally the end of the day is garbage for most stocks. And we turn that into push time, which is probably good. I mean, it's bad during the day because we're not putting that energy into keeping the stock up. So we have a lot of technical breakdowns and it sucks. But with no one else playing, then people show up and they start making a mess of things. We can move with less resistance, right? Because there's less people selling. But we have to start from such a friggin' low spot during the day because no one's doing their duty, if you will, to keep the stock up because they're all broke. Interesting. Might start trying to play that. Just wait all day and then buy in at 2 o'clock and then sell at 2:10 or close. I mean, ride that horse until that horse you can't ride it no more, right? Because eventually they'll catch on and then people will shift. Interesting. I'll take your EODs in 40 minutes, 3 o'clock. Okay. Oh, it was easier than I thought it would be. Testing. Yeah. So when you see a lot of hesitation, it means there's a line. But because you see the hesitation there, it's not extremely hesitant, but it's stuttering, if you will. It's not as big as the other ones. And that's because we're running into ceiling here. Yeah. Yeah, we're bouncing off a ceiling. That's quite a bit of volume. 15,000 times 3. So then again, you want to see how fast green counters this red sell-off. If the volume triples or the size quadruples, then it's probably a broad market sell-off. Right now, the volume is neutral, normal, slightly higher than normal. Yeah, if it was something really bad, it would be sustained. Now, sometimes though, the first wave is spotty. So the people that, are really good, they'll see the problem and they'll get out. So you'll have like a 20, a 40, 100, whatever, and then it will go silent. Then you'll see the ramp up as everyone else clues into what's going on. So just because it tapers out, you can't be lulled into a false sense of security. Now it's still interacting with the lines, but not a lot. Volume has picked up. We're now trending around 10,000 nonstop. Let's go check the broader market. Looks like it's just us. Everyone else is having a regular old time. 3 seconds back. Yeah, so we might be in sync with the Dow now. Were in the morning we weren't, but we were going through our own things. But as the volume, dwindles off, we get more and more affected by the Dow, unless the Dow's sleeping and then. Man, we're getting pounded here. And we should start to see green soon. Jeez. What is up? This is very sharp. Let's take a look. This is too sharp. Yeah, I think there's something going on, but it's not affecting the NASDAQ. And whatever it is started earlier. So right around 120. Because if you look at us too, so we bail out and then 120 is right here. So we start before them and off we go. Now we had a drop beforehand, but this all plays into kind of technicals. This one here is a breakdown. We would have leveled out and done a U shape here, but we broke down. Then we came back up to compensate. So there was just a over volume sell off here, which you can see here as well on the bottom. So if we were to average this out, this should have been like this, right? And then we should have done this. But then something happened and then we went down. We tried to level out and we started to come up, but that's it too. And whatever started here is apparently not over. Holy God. What's with the volume? I mean, it's relatively lower volume, but this is my chart. Okay, this is not just my chart. All right. Wow, that was a bit of a free fall. So now if you're got free money, I'd buy like no one's business because that's going to rebound. That's definitely an oversell for sure. That's huge. I mean, I guess it's not the biggest we've had today, but there's no green in that. So, yeah, so we've had bigger, but that should rebound pretty good. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Maybe it's just preempting the end of day sell off. I mean, the rest of the market was pretty much, they've trended down. They've just stabilized. This one they did a little pushback, but this is just stabilizing, and it failed. This one they pushed and failed. So here we were stabilizing and we were gaining, and then we just got murdered. Not that much volume. Didn't take that much volume to murder us. It started off with actually relatively low volume. It's only when we hit the support line right here, the volume went through the roof because, green bought in, but it still didn't stop the red sell-off. Interesting. Wonder if someone liquefied a position or something. Either way, here's the rebound. Rebound should go to at least this white line. Then it'll hit its head, and then it has to figure out what it's doing with its life. Yeah. So that goes to my earlier conversation. So I expected it to zig a little bit more and then do something like this, but then level out around here. This is definitely, these guys here are too extreme. It should have found support and bounced. But the weight of it was big. And so that's represented in a change in volume. We don't see a good rebound, then I'd be searching Google News because there's, yeah, probably something up. Yeah, it's not looking good. Everyone is taking a friggin' nosedive. Oh, even the NASDAQ is. Wait, what the hell? The NASDAQ was green a minute ago. Did I not see the NASDAQ doing good green? Okay, well, everyone's taking a nosedive. Oh, it's probably because I was zoomed in. This is the actual NASDAQ. They're recovering. Yeah, something happened. They could be getting out for the weekend. Possible. But when everybody's showing the same weakness, it usually means something's up. Yeah. I should create a microcontroller so you can say, "Hey G, is Biden speaking?" No, Biden is currently not speaking. He's expected to speak at 5 p.m. Well, that shouldn't mean much. The only thing that should really affect us is Delta variant news or U.S. economy is taking a header. People are getting poorer or people can't come to the theaters. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure you'll come across it. Usually there's a delay of about 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes, and then the news will break. And then you'll see 3 days later, the dust will settle, and then you'll be able to figure out. Which is why I usually don't look, because after 5 years, you don't care no more. You can just see there's a sentiment change. I mean, this is not too much of a change. We've had, this kind of angriness, but it's continuous with Green not putting up a fight. And it's shown with similar people. So when you're colluding, there's something's up. Yeah. The volume's not that high, so I don't think this is going to last. Probably just people closing their portfolios due to some type of panic. Yeah, whatever it is. Now the question is, in the last, in our EOD horse racing, are they just going to floor it? Yeah, I saw that one earlier. So that wouldn't affect us too much. There's my new NFT. If you would like to buy a screen cap of my rendition of Atlas, and just send $1 gazillion to P.O. Box, the Better Life Foundation. Yeah, usually if it's super important, it'll come up right across the headlines. But yeah, we could see the volume. There's something here because the volume confirms that there's something. But it looks like it's already starting to finish. So we probably will not make this back today. But, you know, because this added red is going to just add to our where we would have been. So if we're going to finish this U shape, let's say, right? The U shape would have brought us up, say, that much more. So then wherever we stop, let's say we'll get about that much height. Yeah. So we'll complete the energy, but we'll do it from a lower point. Yeah. Sucks. Oh well. Still not too bad. But yeah, it would have been nice to end up on green. At least closing in the red usually means you'll rebound good on the Monday. So if we ended green on a Friday, then we'd go do better on a Monday generally. So you got the pendulum swing, but if you do good enough green, then you're going to have a rush. Everyone wants to get in for a good Monday. If you're slightly green, it could go either way because you might come back. So it nukes your morning because it's retracting from the gap like we did this morning, where it comes back and then that kills the buzz. But generally, then the rest of the day carries. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Hard to call it. Long as we're, excuse me, we're not light green and we're medium red and we're not extreme red, then we should go up on a Monday. Extreme red, we might drag down. And if we're, unless it's absurdly extreme, and then we'll pendulum swing, we go too far. But for green, if it's medium, and then I guess also if it's absurd, then we'll hold. But light and large amount of green, you'll rebound on the Monday because they'll sell to trap in the profits. Yeah. Oh, Phil, scrapping. You're scrapping away. I would expect a run up at the last minute. I would have done a call for 35. Maybe even a call for 36 or 35.50. I guess you can do that. Yeah. So Atlas represents our end of day. Oh, here and there. Okay, I'll come back in 15 and we'll start the EODs. Okay. More cleaning done. Yeah. No, it's something kicked off in the last bit there. And the whole market's taken a bit of a pooper. We'll see where it goes. Not much we can do. So they tried to push it up where that white thing is. And they might be trying to do it now. Or they're going to start waiting for a bottom. And then they're going to get antsy in the last probably 30 minutes or so and then try for a push. If they can show some green now, then they might try to do the push early because they want to get in on discount tendies. So, see how it plays out though. You have to look at it. Yeah. It's like those angel statues from what have you. Get rid of the cats? Cows. Calls. Ah. Okay, that took a second there. It's trying to find a level. All right. I'll have to start taking EODs soon. Your pony's lined up. Line them right up to the glue factory. Is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Holy crap, that's a lot of dust. Hopefully this is our base. Either way, Monday will be better. Whatever this is going to lift. So I'm not too concerned. I'm concerned when it happens because why it's happening, you don't know the severity of it. But now that we see it's not going off the bottom of the screen, we're okay. Not a big deal. Did we ever figure out what it was, backstop? No, doesn't look like it. Oh, maybe it's the moon wobble or the solar flare. The solar flare brought down our stock. Damn. All right. Let's get these EODs out of the way. There we go. Ooh. Horizontal line. There's a hotkey for it. Alt H. Ah. Well, now I know. Okay. X. That's 40 was Zeus. Oh. 40. Probably wants to change his mind now. Oh, sweet. That is awesome. I don't even have to click. Okay. 3650. Alt H. Oh, backstop. Getting pinned in. Every time. Yep, good old sour hour. Bringing back memory lane. Okay. Scrolling up to see what we got. Tom 3541. Yep. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Scrolly, scroll, and nothing. Okay, so if you want to get your EODs in, you have till 15:30. 20 minutes till last call. Okay. Where do I want to go, actually? Damn it. Yeah, I want to go here. I'm like, yeah, I don't think they're going to push all the way. So that means everywhere else. And then FOC is going to get it if it dwindles. Maybe I should just hedge my bet. It's like, I can't win here. If I hedge here. Oh, we'll change you. No, I know. No, I'm trying to think. I'm like, do I want to try to shoot in here, right? Or, because if it goes, it's going to go. But I think they're going to do a last minute push. If they push, hard to tell. Fuck it. I'll just throw it anywhere. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they usually do. Yeah. I know it's a little bit of a hard call, but I mean, the markets all took an arrow to the knee as well. They're starting to stabilize, but they're all, everything just got smacked. Like, roomph, 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 and even us. Ours started to get a little severe, so I'm kind of thinking they're going to try to recover because the severity should not be so extreme. It should be more like a 45 down. So if we do that, right, if we keep with this, right, we should be somewhere, you know, in here if we keep with that. So it's a little bit of a hard call. But because we're going down severely and we shouldn't, I'm kind of hedging low. Yeah, if bond yields go, then that'll do it. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. Well, we'll find out. It'll come out in time. It doesn't really matter. Most of the damage is done, it looks like. $113 million. I thought we would end the day at 100. Wow, we really picked it up in the last little bit here. Yeah, we've had a couple of big bursts. So I picked 3450. I figured there's a psychological, they're going to try to hold at a 50, and I can't see them getting up to 35. Like they might try to push, but yeah. Yeah. Also, you guys that are here, you can adjust if you want up to 1530. Whatever's your last call at 1530. We're going to go with that. Ouch. It is starting to level out, though. Guess we'll see. Wonder if my battle tech has fixed itself. One of these monitors has the game. Which game monitor has it? Yeah, that's why I kind of hedged low. Yeah, didn't know where it would go. Ah, so the stupid thing put itself on my TV. Oh my god. Why? That's why I couldn't find it. There's something weird with this NVIDIA driver. The TV's off, but it's treating it like the TV's still on. So like the TV, even though it's powered off, is maintaining its HDMI connection. Like, what? And so it's sending it stuff. Okay. Well, geez, it's having a stroke again. At least I can fix it now. Oh, that's why when I flip to full screen, it can be full screen over 1, 2, or 3 monitors. Oh no, full screen is choosing the monitor. What the hell? It was set to 1 and it went to the TV, which is 3. This is so confusing. Oh, sweet. All right, now it's where I wanted it to be. Sweet. Okay, now I just have to get my chart, which was great over here. I need to get it back over here. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I always like to see the distributions on the end of day. There definitely seems to be a clump. But we seem to have guesses above and below, but never where it lands. Like it's rare that it lands right on the person. And it's like, But I think it's because, especially with me, you're planning for the future. So your brain is basically aiming for where it will be likely in a short period of time, not at a certain place in time, right? So you know it's going to do this or it's going to drift. It's not going to stay here. But because we run out of runway, I think it fucks with us, or at least with me. So I'm trying to correct my guessing ability, but because I'm just following kind of where it will go, but I have to try to play it out because I really think I should be right about here. Is where I think I should be, but I think it'll hit here and then it'll come back down, which is why I'm at 3450. Yeah. So, yeah. We'll see. Okay. Don't mind this looking a little crummy just because I switched it back to the single screen. Let's go back to here. And if I go and get rid of this, And this get back to its old size. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Yes, I think I'm at 4. Yeah. No, we don't know yet, Izzy. Likely it's due to the bond yields and inflation, but there's no clear winner yet. Everyone dipped, so it's got to be a thing like the bonds. Got to be a global thing. So pandemic or some global market economy jazz. Yeah. If you want, you can pick an end of day. We're doing end of day horse betting. So you're trying to guess where the price will be on close. See some horses. Yay, horses. Yeah, horse betting. Well, we could call it something else, but since we have kind of posts, it's kind of like a horse race. Especially when I was calling it out. Am I going to watch you whip? Whip? Oh, I got to restart this campaign. Whew. All right. Oh, sorry, just saw yours, GameStop. 3497. G. Oh, hedging your bet. I was just talking about how that's probably the better price, or very slightly higher, like right here, to line up with the top. But either way, this is better because then you cut into me and you're playing to the fences. Oh, what's this? And who's that? Oh, Zizzy subscribed. Oh, thanks. There was so much shit on the screen, I couldn't even tell what it was. There we go. Hook me up. All right. Get my mechs rocking and rolling. All right. The last call for horsies. Well, yeah, 5 minutes. All right, so we're just bouncing off me line. Then I think we'll see the upswing. Oh, we can put one in for I'll put one in for Stacy. She'll take 4201. Oh, there she is. Okay, 4001. I was like, we need to keep traditions alive here. Perfect timing. Almost turned you into a Steve. Oh, let's see where we go. Do. Some Chinese. No, I'm good. But thank you. By the time it gets delivered to me, it's probably going to be the nasty. Plus, I can't eat anything anyways because of my dumb health. A boot? Oh, I see. Yeah, we don't really say a boot much, but the O's are dragged out. But if you talk to any British person, they mangle the oo's as well. And same with Swedish and Nordic. You get a lot of ute hute, right? What the hell is a hute? But it's in there. What was a garage? Garage? Yeah. It's just like French adds flourish, so it'd be like garage, right? It's like, why is there weird emphasis on syllables? Yeah. But just the way things are. My impressions were that good, Philip? I don't think so. You want to set an end of day, Philip, and get in the contest? It only costs your soul. That's what we cultists trade. We'll take lemons if you don't have a soul left. Oh, no, I don't really follow hockey. I mean, it's fun to watch from time to time, but I don't really do sports, period. I'm not a big fan of hype, and being a fan, half of it is hype. You gotta get fanatical. Yeah. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah. It's a. If it was just us, we'd have to be worried. But it's a broad market problem, whatever it is. So we don't have to worry as much. Okie dokie. So there's the push. But the question is, how high will it go? And will it come back down? No, no. Short selling happens all the time. It makes up about 30% to 60, or sorry, 16% of all trades. Excuse me, for this stock. So it's happening all the time. A coordinated short sell, it's just like a coordinated buy. You can drag the price down, but it will correct. But yeah, the pretty much everybody just took a shot to the leg. Looks like it might be over. They're starting to level out. They're starting to level out, level out. But yeah, the course correcting. I wonder if Denny's was affected. And no one gives a shit about that stock. So it's just, it was dead already, but it did actually take, oh, we're too far out. Let's go back to the 1 minute. Wait. Oh, wow. It's so thinly traded. It's updating like never. Like this is the minute chart. And it doesn't look like I'm looking at minutes. It's like this is 1344, 1329. There's like 0 trades, so there's nothing to show. Oh my lord. Oh my lord, no one cares about this stock. Jeez. Huh? They got $1 billion in market cap. They're on their way up, and profit margins are down. They were doing good leading up to the pandemic. They're already up 71% year over year. Denny's might be a sleeper hit. Right now, it's a strong sell, though, on technicals. Oh, look at that. Not bad. Hell, it would have been a great buy back in March. But then you didn't know if they would survive, right? The pandemic. Holy crap. They almost liquefied their whole their whole company. They went from $25 to $4, and it sent them back from 2020 to, oh, geez, almost 10 years of earnings gone in the span of 2 days, 1 month. Oh, okay. Damn. I should have thought about that earlier. I guess I was too busy with AMC. But yeah, Denny's has been on a tear since I started talking about it, which would be somewhere in February, March. Nice. All right, let's go back to the 1 minute. Let's take a look. All right, so it bounced. Now it's thinking. We got ourselves a little caterpillar. Okay. Are they actually called the bolts? I guess people. I guess they do. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, TB lightning. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. They definitely are. Yeah. But it's the end of the day on a Friday, so ferocity burns out. So we might get a last minute push, or it's gonna go. Either way, we should be somewhere within this screen unless we get a big push. I don't expect a big dip. If we're gonna continue the negative trend, it will be probably somewhere along this line, or this line. Yeah. Almost home time for me. Almost the end of the day. So good. It's been a drawn out day. But it was pretty exciting. This morning was quite good. Just this afternoon dragged out. But all in all, not bad. Still better than paint drying. Do. Now we got ourselves a camel. A little itty bitty camel. Or snick. It's a danger noodle. Okay, let's get this big. Oh, we lost, why is that not up there? Quote detail. There we go. I don't know why that disappeared. So we're making our way to the white line. Well, it's trying for G stock. Trying. Oh, she went terminal around 12 something. 12:30. No, 12:30. Yeah. I don't know how far you've been away. The whole market kind of took a tumble. We're just recovering from it, if we're really even recovering from it. Okay, G stock is now the leading horse. Got 12 minutes left on the clock. Mm-hmm. Bouncing off him. What's the volume? Medium clip. Well, it's trying. It's bouncing off the line. So that's 2. That's the third touch. So if this doesn't go through now or in the next minute, it's going to come back down to me. Yeah, that's the third touch. Well, so it touched 3 times, went through, and then crashed. So that resets it. It did break the line, so it doesn't mean it's going to go back up, but if they make it through, then there's a chance that because of the line, when it comes down, the line acts as a speed bump. So it's different if you touch the bottom and fall. That's pretty severe. If you go over the line and fall, then you're held up by the line on the way down. So that gives you a chance to survive on your third, which is why it resets basically. Not bad. Oh, they really want to give it to G Stonk. Got 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left. Okay. Push through. Nice. And 4 minutes to go. Looking like it might floor it to Tom. Trying. If he can get over that line, he can run. There's not much holding it back until 35.05. Then next stop is, well, maybe these will hold it up. The volume's kind of low. Gonna say it would jump up, but these ones dipped, so they're gonna produce valleys that it has to get through. And that might be too much. They're so close together. Like all of these sticks you have to get through. This might be G-Stonk. Either that or give me a sell-off. Get a last minute. Do. Okay, 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 more laps. Okay. Last 30 seconds and nothing much has changed. Looks like it's going to be G-Stonk. Slow day at the very end. 10 seconds left. And freedom. Let the bells of freedom ring. We are done. Boom. All right. And we finished 34.96. Is that the same as this guy? 34.95. Good enough. All right. G stock. All yours. Can I reply? Oh, I can. No, I can't. All right. See you Monday. Exactly. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Discord. I got some colonial armies to do this weekend. All right. There we go. Oh, there it is. You won something today. Yeah. You're not a total failure no matter what your parents say. You got it. I thought I fixed it with the permanent link. Here, I'll get you the link. Clickety click. Clickety click. Come on, leggy. Invite. And there you go. All right. See ya.